Flooding in India after the rains. Flooding after rainstorm in the South Sulawesi region. The fire situation in the north of Córdoba remains difficult. The fire is just 500 meters from the city. Storm and flood in Catania. Huge landslide in Linfan. Tornado in Catania. Tornado in Terracina.
Guarda come gira, la parte di sopra, guarda. Guarda la parte di sopra.
Terrible flooding in Yemen. Flooding in Yangon. Tornado in Oman. "20 people were killed and about 300 were injured in a 5.7 magnitude earthquake. An earthquake of 6.1 magnitude hit Tokyo. Cars got stuck in water in Naples. Yemen was hit by Cyclone Shahin. Typhoon attacks Hong Kong. Flash floods in the U.S. state of Alabama killed 4 people. Tornado in Jizan. Severe flooding in the city of Hyderabad in Telangal. The eruption of the La Palma volcano. Lightning and very heavy rain in the south of Saudi Arabia.
Craft in our skies has been a characteristic of the UFO phenomenon from its beginning in the late 1940s. Most of the objects that were tracked or seen at speeds up to an incredible 10,000 miles per hour were approximately 30 to 50 feet across. Such a relatively small size makes it easier to comprehend them as being similar to our own transportation vehicles, which carry perhaps a handful of occupants. There are also reports of football field-sized UFOs, but much less known and admittedly much rarer are sightings of massive, city-sized craft. Indeed, not only have such vast machines been seen, they have apparently also been tracked on radar. Are these enormous ships being used as the base of operations from which the smaller are sent out, and which potentially have interstellar travel capabilities? If these cities in the sky exist, then what is the agenda of the beings that inhabit them? Radar operators have been tracking UFOs traveling at incredible speeds for decades. Even in the 1950s, hundreds of unknown objects were being tracked on radar, some traveling at speeds upwards of 9,000 miles per hour. Most of which were thought by UFO researchers to be of extraterrestrial origin. One unnamed retired military radar operator who worked as part of Operation Cobra Mist at the military installation on Orford Ness on the Suffolk coast of eastern England in the early 1970s. He reportedly tracked numerous UFOs travelling at incredible speeds on the equipment there. Cobra Mist operated from the late 1960s until June the 30th, 1973, and was a costly but apparently ineffective system. The area around Orford Ness has a strange reputation amongst UFO and paranormal researchers. The evolution of Orford Ness from marshy backwater to a central part of Britain's weapons development ability began in 1913, when the War Office purchased part of the area to act as a base for the newly formed Royal Flying Corps. The site's isolation, surrounding flatness, and proximity to the sea were all considered important prerequisites. During World War I, the research carried out at Orford Ness covered a bewildering range, from work on parachutes and aircraft camouflage to the suppression of aircraft noise, night flying tactics, bomb and machine gun sites, parachute flares, and even the creation of artificial clouds. Cobra Mist radar station was built in the late 1960s at a cost of around £860 million in current prices. The original idea was to track aircraft and missile launches at ranges of between 500 and 2,000 miles, but due to the fact that the received signal was obscured by unexpected background noise, that proved to be an impossibility. Someone who served with the US Air Force in the UK in the mid-1970s at RAF Chicksands summed it up. We could see things in the air over the Soviet Union, but couldn't tell if it was a flock of birds or a squadron of bombers. That's not ideal in a Cold War situation. Are the craft travelling at these fantastic speeds the huge city-sized UFOs that are sometimes reported? Perhaps the most famous sightings within ufology of a huge city-sized UFO was the one recorded by the crew of a Japan Airlines cargo flight, JAL1628, flying from Iceland to Anchorage on the 17th of November 1986. It was 4:25 p.m. Alaska time and the moon was almost full. The plane was passing through the Canadian North Polar regions and southwest along an Arctic flight course. At 5:05 p.m. and Captain Kenju Tarochi and the crew saw lights that they at first thought were coming from another aircraft, but after a call to Anchorage Center revealed that there were no other planes in the sky at their location.
How can someone's earwax go from this to that?
Location, they began to wonder what the lights were. Then the two lights began to move in a manner different from ordinary aircraft maneuvers, like two bear cubs playing with each other, in the words of Captain Tarochi. Then something extremely strange happened. In the words of Captain Tarochi, it was about 7 or so minutes since we began paying attention to the lights. Most unexpectedly, two spaceships stopped in front of our face, shooting off lights. The inside cockpit shined brightly, and I felt warm in the face. The ships appeared as if they were stopped in one place in front of us. Then 3 to 7 seconds later, a firelight from jet engines stopped and became a small circle of lights as they began to fly in level flight at the same speed as we were, showing numerous numbers of exhaust pipes. However, the center area of the ship where below an engine might be was invisible. The middle of the body of the ship sparked an occasional stream of lights, like a charcoal fire from right to left and from left to right. Its shape was square, flying 500 feet to 1,000 feet in front of us, very slightly higher in altitude than us. Its size was about the same size as the body of a DC-8 jet, and with numerous exhaust pipes. The firing of those exhaust jets varied, perhaps to maintain balance. Some became stronger than others, and some became weaker than others, but seemed controlled automatically. As Captain Tarochi is quoted as saying, it would have been impossible for any man-made machine to make a sudden appearance in front of a jumbo jet that is flying 810 kilometers per hour. The two other crew members all witnessed the enormous walnut-shaped object. However, Anchorage Center told the crew that they had nothing on their radar, but the UFO did appear on the aircraft's radar. Tarochi seemed now convinced the objects were alien spaceships. He goes on in his report of the incident. We asked if they could catch it on the ground radar, but did not seem they could at all. Normally it appears in red when an aircraft radar catches another aircraft. I wonder if the metal used in the spaceship is different from ours. While we were communicating with the Anchorage Center, the two pale white lights gradually moved to the left side and to left diagonally back 30 degrees, as if they understood our conversation, and then when they were beside our aircraft, they totally disappeared from our radar. The plane was now approaching the sky above Eielson Air Force Base, which is located approximately 26 miles southeast of Fairbanks, Alaska. The lights of the strange craft were still there, extremely bright against the dark sky. But as the captain and his crew were looking at the lights, they noticed the silhouette of a gigantic spaceship. This craft accompanied them for some time until a United Airlines passenger plane out of Anchorage came close to them, when it disappeared. Apparently, Anchorage Air Traffic Control also registered the giant object on radar as the crew of the 747 tried to shake it off, because this vast object had been following the jet for some time. After this sighting and the media frenzy that it caused, the Division Chief of the Accidents and Investigation Branch of the FAA, Federal Aviation Authority, John Callahan, investigated the incident. Callahan checked the radar tapes and interviewed the ATC staff and concluded that the incident did happen. He even gave witness testimony to this incident at the May 2001 and November 2007 Disclosure UFO events and at the 2013 Citizen Hearings events in Washington, D.C. However, UFO skeptic Philip J. Klass didn't think that an alien spaceship was involved. He said astronomical calculations show that on November 17th, when the pilot claimed to have seen the UFOs, Jupiter was extremely bright and was visible precisely where the pilot reported that he saw the craft. Furthermore, Mars was just below and to the right of Jupiter and would explain the pilot's initial report that he saw two lights. Klass added that a United Airlines flight and an Air Force C-130 cargo plane that were in Tarocchi's vicinity at the time of the claimed sighting were asked to look for the object, and neither reported seeing it. He said, "I think that the Japanese pilot should have been a little more."
If you sell coaching courses or online services and you're not making more than $50,000 every single month, I have some news for you. Look, if you're like me, 3 years ago, I had dropped out of law school and
more skeptical when the United airliner and the Air Force plane reported seeing nothing. It is indeed a little worrying that Captain Tarocchi seemed to be describing the strange lights as spaceships before he had discounted any natural explanations. Another sighting of a vast UFO took place on the 23rd of April 2007 sighting. Captain Ray Bowyer of Orani Air Services reported seeing two huge 1 mile across disc-shaped objects hovering near Guernsey in the Channel Islands, UK. Bowyer spotted a bright yellow light 10 miles west of Alderney, while his plane was about 30 miles from the island and at 4,000 feet. He said, "It was a very sharp, thin yellow object with a green area. It was 2,000 feet up and stationary. I thought it was about 10 miles away, although I later realized it was approximately 40 miles from us. At first I thought it was the size of a 737, but it must have been much bigger because of how far away it was. It could have been as much as a mile wide." Bowyer further noted that at the boundary between its radiant yellow area and the dark grey vertical band, he was able to perceive a pulsating interface where sparkling blues, greens and other hues were strobing up and down about once per second. Bowyer seemed convinced of its extraterrestrial origin, saying, "If it was designed by an engineer, that man had to be shaken by the hand, because it was a fantastic piece of equipment, if that is what it was. I can't really say much further than to say what I've said all along, that this thing is not from around here." However, Captain Patterson, the second pilot witness, did not agree with his co-pilot's conclusions, believing that the object could be explained by some type of atmospheric phenomenon. Radar traces seemed to register the presence of two unusual objects, which Ray Bowyer believed related directly to the craft he witnessed, though UFO skeptic David Clark believes that radar reflections of cargo or passenger ferries may have affected at least some of the readings.
An energy crisis of epic proportions is rapidly spreading across the globe, and it will hit us where it hurts the most, in the wallet. Energy prices are traded globally, which means that price increases in one part of the planet eventually affects markets elsewhere. That is what is happening now, with natural gas produced in the US now heading for Europe and pushing prices to soar both here and there. As energy supplies get tighter and tighter all over the world, power bills can only go higher. In fact, the federal government is warning that Americans' heating bills will rise more than 50% this winter. Needless to say, millions of families won't be able to afford that. This global power crunch has been unfolding for months, but only now the mainstream media has started to use the term energy crisis to describe what we are facing. Recent reports alert that the world is entering a new energy crisis, the like of which has not been seen since the 1970s. On the other side of the ocean, prices for gas in Europe and Asia are at an all-time high, while oil prices are at a 3-year high, and the price of coal is simply skyrocketing due to energy shortages across China, India, and Germany. From now on, global demand for energy is only going to increase until the end of the year, and power prices will follow suit. So if you think that things are bad now, they may be a whole lot worse early in 2022. Even CNN is warning that energy prices are about to hit astronomical levels. Natural gas is now trading at the equivalent of $230 per barrel in oil terms, and that's up more than 130% since the beginning of September, and more than 8 times higher than the same point last year, according to data from Independent Commodity Intelligence Services, reveals the latest report. The frenzy to secure natural gas supplies is consequently pushing up the price of coal and oil, which can be used as substitutes in some cases. That's why global markets should brace for astronomical increases in natural gas prices, skyrocketing coal costs, and predictions of $100 oil, CNN reported. The global power crunch has been aggravated by extreme weather and a rapid increase in demand for energy. Governments around the world are worried about the consequences it might have over the coming winter when more energy is needed to light and to heat homes. Some countries are trying to limit the impact on consumers, but they may not be able to prevent bills from spiking. This price shock is an unexpected crisis at a critical juncture, said Energy Chief Kadri Simpson. The current surge in energy power prices is truly unique. Energy and
woke up again, thought I knew, thought I had just what I needed, but look at you, I'm out the door, I can't believe it. I feel it coming over me, but I just kind of want.
Analysts at the Societe Generale Bank told clients this week, never before have power prices risen so far, so fast. And we're only a few days into autumn. Temperatures are still mild. These circumstances are triggering widespread alarm amongst central banks and investors. Rising energy prices are fueling inflation, which has already been a major concern for the global economy over the past year. But dynamics over the winter could make the situation even worse. Higher energy bills are likely to impact consumer spending on goods and services, hurting the prospects of a rebound just as economies started to fully reopen. Moreover, if businesses are asked to halt factory activity to conserve power, that could also slow down the economy and, more worryingly, set off another inflation spike. This week, economists said that the U.S. consumers should get ready to pay sharply higher bills for heating this winter, along with seemingly everything else. The U.S. government warned on Wednesday that households will see their heating bills jump as much as 54% compared to last winter, which led some economists to argue that a 54% increase would be the best-case scenario. Many of them argue that prices will shoot up a lot higher than that because energy costs in America have been hitting absurd levels already. The winter is forecast to be slightly colder across the country than last year. That means people will be likely burning more fuel to keep warm, on top of paying more for each bit of it. If the winter ends up being even colder than forecast, heating bills could be higher than estimated, and vice versa, they noted. This year, natural gas jumped to its highest price since 2014 and is up almost 90% compared to last year. At the same time, the wholesale price of heating oil has more than doubled over the past 12 months. Another reason that justifies a sharper increase in energy prices is the fact that in Europe, high demand and tight supplies have sent gas prices up roughly 350% this year, and as a result, some of the natural gas produced in the United States is being exported to other countries, which is adding upward pressure on domestic prices. This also means that millions of families are not going to be able to afford higher energy bills, and that is going to intensify their financial struggles. Way before the energy crisis erupted, a large portion of the U.S. population was already facing financial difficulties to pay energy bills, according to a...
Limiting beliefs are those discouraging voices in your head. They tell you, you can't do it. You'll never make it. Something's wrong with you. Well, my friend, let's crumble up those limiting beliefs and throw them in the recycling bin today. Because I'm here with a message of hope for those health issues. See, one of the leading causes of stubborn weight is high levels of stress. Why? Because stress elevates cortisol levels. I was running on stress, and I would eat my emotions. I would just...
Survey conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau, millions of families are having to make deep cuts to make ends meet. Approximately 22% of Americans had to reduce or to forego expenses for basic necessities such as medicine or food to pay an energy bill in at least one of the last 12 months, the survey found. That is to say, even after trillions in government stimulus, much of our nation is still deeply suffering as the aid has failed to provide a proper financial cushion for those who needed it the most. This is going to create significant hardship for people in the bottom third of the country, said Mark Wolf, Executive Director of the National Energy Assistance Directors Association. You can tell them to cut back and try to turn down the heat at night, but many low-income families already do that. Energy was already unaffordable to them. Another recent survey found that roughly 40% of all U.S. households have faced serious financial problems in the last few months, including struggling to afford medical care and food. Among those lower-income households, 30% reported they had lost all their savings during the recession. The survey was conducted by NPR, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. It also showed that the percentage of households reporting acute financial problems rose to 59% in families that had an income under $50,000 a year. Normally, such a high rate of people facing financial hardships would be an indication of rampant unemployment. But as we've been discussing in the past few videos, the U.S. is actually in the middle of one of the most dramatic shortages of workers right now. Pretty much every industry is short-staffed, and this is creating a series of disruptions in our economy. Every day, more and more jobs are vacant. Employers are getting increasingly desperate to find personnel. On the other hand, the vast majority of available jobs are very low paying, and rising inflation is devaluing wages at record speed. The latest data suggests that inflation is rising at the fastest pace in 30 years, and leading the increase in consumer prices are higher prices for food and energy, the Labor Department reported Wednesday. The Consumer Price Index for all items rose 0.4% for the month, compared with the 0.3% Dow Jones estimate. On a year-over-year basis, prices increased 5.
I mean, the thing I would like people to know is that we have the client's best interest at heart. I don't think people understand how the program works, how long it takes, why it works, and it's
5.4% versus the estimate for 5.3% and the highest since January 1991, highlights the report. Of course, the official rate released by government agencies does not represent the real rate of inflation consumers are seeing at the stores. According to John Williams of ShadowStats.com, if inflation was still calculated the way it was a couple of decades ago, the official rate of inflation would be somewhere between 11 and 14% right now. This is one more data point to say, hey, Fed, you're trying to convince us that inflation is transitory? It's just not believable. If you know anybody who doesn't have to live somewhere, doesn't eat any food, and doesn't use energy, then inflation is maybe not a particular problem. This is a matter that affects everyone in our society, as explained Bob Dowell, Chief Investment Officer at Crossmark Global Investments. And now, this massive energy crisis is about to take our economic problems to a whole new level, while millions of Americans will have to keep their thermostats uncomfortably low during another dark winter. Everything that we buy that requires shipping from another country or another region is going to become significantly more expensive. And as inflation spins out of control and the winter approaches, many American families are going to be forced to make some very difficult choices. We will be extremely lucky if blackouts and power outages do not happen, because if something similar to what occurred in Texas last winter takes place all across the country, we will have to deal with some absolutely disastrous consequences very soon. Thank you for watching. If you found this video informative, we would like to give you a reading recommendation to you. 7-Year Apocalypse, the latest book of the economic analyst.
Done. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Praise and glory now to the Most High. Give me a Yahoo if I can be heard. All praises. All praises, all glory, all honor to the Most High. Forever live his anointed beloved Son. In the hearts and minds of the faithful elect. Y'all see it, Nazarene edition part 36. Roddy Rod, 36 there, boy. What's going on 36 there? Boys ain't ran out of steam yet on Nehemiah. Nehemiah busy over there. We got Aki Howard Ward Dale in the building. Bless up. Bless to our house of Nehemiah. We got Roddy Rod in the building. You understand? North Carolina. You know, we got North Carolina in the building. It did. Of course, we got our big brother, big homie, Nehemiah Ban. Yahweh Ban. Yasha Allah Ban. We got the brother in the building. Bless up, bless up. Bless up. Good to see y'all in the building. What happened? Good to see y'all in the building. Yeah, I got you. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing to it but the doors. You dig? You know, we doing bang bang. I don't know why. See, he be violent with his brother for real. His mind, man. We have to pray over that brother. That brother be violent. That is all good. Good to see y'all in the building. Bless up, bless up. Part 36, Nazarene edition, part 36, the theory of disease. All right, so we're going to get into some of that, you dig? Hey, you know, but what's been going on all week, brothers? We had a midweek war report, you dig? But, you know, what's going on, man? What's going on out in the trenches? War, they don't talk to us, brother. War, huh? W-A triple R, huh? War.
Claim the victory over this Babylon struggle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, going through it, maintaining.
Absolutely, but you got the victory, though, brother. You got the victory.
Fight the fight, man.
A good fight.
Gotta keep fighting.
Yeah.
Fleshless.
Yeah.
Fight.
Fleshless, huh?
Yes,
Yeah, y'all was talking earlier. You know, you've been off the flesh longer than us.
Yeah.
How long you been off that flesh,
I've
water?
been off that flesh for going on about like 3 years.
3 years now.
Yeah.
How you feel?
I feel good.
Straight up.
I can't do no 50 push-ups yet, but I'm
What you feel?
I feel good.
Yeah. Ain't no death up in you, brother. There ain't no oozing bowels of decay.
Be wearing glasses, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my sight is getting better. I can feel it getting better.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's more and more as I think about how the things I watch I eat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The more I eat, what get back to the vegetables, the raw vegetables and the water and the drink. And I feel that my body, I pay attention to it. And the closer I get to whatever I need, I'm supposed to be eating, it gets better and better. You know what I'm saying? So that's a blessing.
That is a blessing, brother.
The Most High blessing me with that understanding.
Yeah.
And that fleshless understanding.
Hey, I mean,
hallelujah.
Hey man, cause you know once them eyes start waxing dim, boy, sometimes there ain't no reversing that. Yeah. He's saying his eyesight getting better. And he says he's supposed to be wearing glasses. I don't see no specs over there. I don't see no specs over there on that Hebrew.
Yeah. I can't talk about that, man. Sometimes it be that because your body be acidic to eat that flesh, man. That be mucus.
Yeah.
That forms over your eyes.
Yeah, that's all.
Cataract type.
Yeah. Black spot.
Because he take that acidity out of his body and alkaline up. Then his lips is working like right. His lip lymphatic system. From your tonsils around you. You listen to the young.
You listen to the young gutter.
Listen to the young
Listen to the young gutter.
Got that lymph system over, boy. And you can run it.
Boy, that lymphatic, that's that sewer system up in you, boy.
Sewer system.
Yeah.
Look, he working in water division, bro. Look, you got to be able to be in that deal.
Boy, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, boy, you ain't lying, boy. That Hebrew talk with a lot of passion, boy.
That boy got a whole anatomy.
Yeah, I know. Shout out.
All that mucus start draining from the brain.
I did not know your tonsils was a lymphatic system.
It's a lymphatic system.
I did not know that, bro.
That blew my mind. Yahweh, hallelujah. All praise.
All praise.
All good.
Doctor of the nation. Yeah, blessed us with a beautiful herbal master healing doctor.
Absolutely. Salute that man. Look, that ain't nothing but love over here, man. All praise, glory, and honor to the Most High. You dig? You dig? And you know, for anybody standing strong, man, on their conviction, and they calling, staying faithful and true to it. Hey, bring nothing but salute over here. It did something to feel. Okay. All good. I see y'all in the building. Bless up. You die, El Young, Judah. So it's a Sabbath according to Enoch County. Just wondering. I ain't had no time to really study it. So you know that's why I'm at with it. I ain't really had no time to get down and do an in-depth study. You know, dealing with any type of calendar though. You know, you got to live through that to be a witness of it. So for the past 16, 17 years, I've been a witness of the Jewish calendar and what's up with that. But to answer your question, I haven't had a chance to really study and get deep down in the trenches when it comes to the Sabbath topic. All right, now, and the Sabbath topic being what day it is. Is it this day or is it that day? Because you know a whole bunch of different things start coming up. So so go ahead and study it all body, brother. Let me know what you find out. You dig? Let me know what you find out. What else we got up in here? Okay, I see y'all in the building. Bless up. All right, good to see y'all. All right, y'all see them videos we've been showing. You know, the earth is in its birth pains, or her birth pains. Dig? So more than ever, it's time to focus on him. We want to thank the Most High for allowing us to come together once again. You know, with 2 or 3 believers are together, the spirit of the Most High is right in the midst. You know, it takes us to understand that and truly be appreciative. You understand of that breath of life that you have. All right. You know what it is. You can go long periods of time without food. You can go lesser time, but you know, you can go prolonged periods without water. But how long can you hold your breath? How long can you go without that breath?
Go without that.
Breath.
Oh man,
not long.
you ain't going.
Google that. How long? What's the Guinness Book of World Records when it comes to holding breath? And that lets you know that air, breath, that wind is very, very important. You would think we were more concerned about keeping our lungs and our breath intake.
24 minutes and 3 seconds.
24 minutes and 3 seconds. That's the
24.
24
minutes and 3 seconds.
Yeah. 24. 24. 24. You know what I mean? Wait.
24.
When was that? Did it say when it was or?
It says in 2016.
Okay, so that's what, 5 years ago? But you're about that though. I mean, still compared to food, compared to water, you can't go long without that breath, boy, or that wind, or that earth. You feel me? You would think our people would be more circumspect and more responsible with their lungs, because your lungs is what house that breath, that wind, that breath of that spirit, you did, or that breath of life, should I say? Strip off that food. You can fast and go prolonged periods without that. Water, you can fast and go, shorter, but still prolonged periods. Ain't no fasting from breathing out. Ain't none. That's how important breath is, right? And he breathed into our nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul, right? Same thing the creatures became, living creatures or living souls, right? Breath is very, very vital, very, very important. You understand? And once we realize that, you understand, we'll be even more appreciative of the breath of life that we have in our lungs. Because the Most High breathed from his most deepest inner essence and breathed in you. You understand? That's what's sustaining you and keeping you alive until he called it back. You understand? That's what he did when he breathed in us. Just like you took it and breathe. You see what I'm saying? Bro, that's very, very important. One of the greatest gift you have is the breath of life. You see what I'm saying? That's why, again, we be telling brothers later, they stop the smoking too. Stop that. Stop what you smoking for. You dig? What you gonna what? Defecate on the greatest gift the Most High can give you, which is life, breath of life. You feel me? You just gonna mar and stain the jars that hold that breath, which are your lungs. See, this message of dedicating your vessel completely back to the Most High is right on time. In these hours of these quote unquote plagues and viruses and vaccines all on the earth, you understand? That's how you know it's of the Most High. It's right on time. It's right on time. It's the message that people need to hear, not one of clouding this vessel up and you understand, and destroying it. If you learn how to breathe properly, you understand? You can breathe a lot of stuff, clean the body. Hey, from even the amount of liquor intoxication. Ask Nehemiah. You know what I mean? Back when we was drinking. You did. He had certain levels he was on the night before we was up drinking. And then go to work and they hit you with a random. Breathe in this. And that bro had to go get his breath work right. And we had just been talking about it too. I'm like, bro, if you breathe properly, you understand? It's a lot of things you'll be able to pass because you oxygenating your blood, you know what I mean? And he went back there and got his breathe on. Let him come over and tell y'all. And guess what? He passed that stuff. I said, yeah, boy.
That's a true story.
Bring it out, Nate. What happened?
We wasn't even drinking heavy, bro. We was drinking, social drink Sunday night. All right, well, you figure, the strategy they always taught you, if you drink for 1 hour, you got to be, it takes 2 hours to get sober. It takes double the time to get out the liquor that, you know what I'm saying? But alcohol, we don't look at that part as far as when you do the breathalyzer, that's that alcohol, that deep, I would call it, that's still be in your lungs, though. You feel me? So I go to work that morning, I'm fine. The random truck can pull it up, nobody can leave the base. You know what I'm saying? And like the gates is locked.
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere.
Everybody has protection. air flow in the whole facility. So some people, I hear people working out, they do something, this is about me. So I'm feeling confident. I walk right up, take a pee, fine, ain't nothing wrong with that. Take the breath, I blew dirty. Ooh. I said, ooh. I said, well, I got some medicated toothpaste. I did, Brian. Hey, Brian. I didn't call the doctor. I got some medicated toothpaste. He said, it's okay, because that could be it. He said, we'll give you, I forgot, like maybe about 10, 15 minutes. 15 I couldn't even leave off the truck. I had to stay on the truck. Yeah, 15 I couldn't leave and go nowhere. Right. I had to stay right in their sight on that truck for 15 minutes.
Did you drink anything or eat anything?
No, I started breathing.
Yeah.
Clearing my whole lungs out, everything like that. Man, I went back there and blew.
Oh. It's how vital.
And they said, look, and then they said that's why I want to give people second chances. Sometimes it ain't always. It's an alcohol thing. Now, if you lose dirty back to back, then yeah, that's alcohol. Yeah. You know, but I went back to our car, man, took off that bus.
Yeah. We just talking about that breed.
No more Sundays for me.
Yeah.
No more Sundays.
Yeah. Did you announce?
No, this happened probably about
He's saying this is the gig you in now.
Yeah.
That gig.
Yeah, that gig.
That gig, boy.
That was 2020.
Yeah, last year.
Early weather month.
Yeah.
Wow. Boy, I ain't never hit us from there in one of those.
They got us.
Breathing properly.
Yeah, I just sat there for 15 minutes. Deep breathing.
Yeah, a lot of our people don't know how to breathe. You dig? And when I say breathe properly. You dig? Like
for all that.
Yeah.
No.
That's why meditation and all that is vital. You understand? But again, you can fast from food and water, but not breathing. That's how important breathing and the breath of life is. We need to be more appreciative of that. You understand? And we need to stop scarring and blackening our lungs through what we call smoking. Stop that.
I had already stopped smoking, so that wasn't even the issue.
Right. Right. But again, your lungs.
Bro, that was over 8 hours.
Your lungs are the containers that hold that breath of life. You see what I'm saying? Your lungs hold that. Right. The breath of life, your breath. Your lungs hold that.
God breathed into Adam and he became a living soul. And they breathed into the animals. And they were called living souls.
Yeah. Exactly.
And the lungs don't have a filtration system that you would use for your digestion. Like you take in here, there's an exit back here. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And there's everything from gallbladder, appendix to natural systems in play. But your lungs is in, they right there, it's out. But they access everything as far as your blood. You know what I'm saying? That's major. Because your blood needs that oxygenation and it carries it all through your body. So if you put poison in your lungs, you literally poison your whole body. You see what I'm saying?
Your lungs gonna pump it to your blood. Your
blood gonna get pumped to your whole system.
Your carrying process.
Because it wasn't meant to be used that way.
The heart, the kidney, and everything.
And then a lot of us, like how YAH'KI in his class been showing, man, like we ain't filtering properly. You know what I'm saying? Like the little swelling in your leg, like you know what I'm saying, like this little swelling like that. That's lymphatic system issue. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And this one ain't got it like that. That one got it. You know what I'm saying? That used to be bigger than that, but I guess the regimen, again, cutting off that meat good. You know what I'm saying? Then swimming, like when I swim and I do my exercise, I can just see how in the water, how that skin move around and swelling, and it loosens and it goes back. I can have to pee up on it quick. Like it helps. Something about that water too, because it's oxygen too. H2O. It helps with your system, man. Like Most High was cold with his creation. Yes, man. He was cold. That water, and that's why you got all that oxygen, them O3s, and all that stuff. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And all that goes and deals with your lungs. All that comes right back to your lungs.
H3s, 302.
Yeah. Yeah, H302.
H3s.
Our skin is
that's a big system too, the skin.
Third lung.
Nigga, the biggest organ you got.
Organ.
Yeah, your skin. Let's get into some of this, y'all. We're going to read this Acts 15 chapter. We're going to read some of this. We was in some of this on Wednesday, too, a couple days ago. And then we're going to get into this 1 Corinthians, the 8th chapter. And let's walk our way through this. Go ahead and get into it. And, of course, you know, we're going to get into the Clementine as we keep going. We're going to get into some of that. Yeah, them deals. Revolutionary. Truly, truly revolutionary. All right. So, matter of fact, let me see the one at the bottom. Let me see that. We're going to get into some of the Nazarene acts as well, brothers and sisters. All right, get her done. Roddy Rod, if you can, bro. Yes, sir. If you can, my brother. Grab that for me if you can. Acts 15 and 13. All right, let's go ahead and get her done. Let's get it. This right here is referred to as the Jerusalem Council. All right. Meaning Paul and Barnabas went up to Jerusalem to get stamped valid. Or Barnabas brought Paul up to Jerusalem. He like, look, you know you need to go check in with the apostles. Right? And now I see what you're doing out here, you know, overseas or whatever, but everything is ran from Jerusalem. We're talking about with the Messiah's movement. We call Yahshua, Yahushua, YHWH'S. You know what I mean? But the ones he ordained to carry on his message, they were headquartered in Jerusalem. Right? The leader of his movement is James. You see up there say James' judgment at the very top. James is judgment. This is when Paul and Barnabas brings Paul to Jerusalem. All right. And you know, there's an issue going on about circumcision and Gentiles being circumcised. And you know, so it's a lot of, you know, some say they need to get circumcised, some say they don't. Right? So Barnabas brought Paul up to Jerusalem to have him bring this matter before the apostles who the Messiah ordained. The apostles, and the leader of the apostles was James, the Messiah's brother. That's his brother right there. I mean, he biological, yeah, brothers and sisters. All right. And that's in Mark, that's in Matthew 13th chapter, that's in Mark the 6th chapter. It brings up his brothers and sisters. All right. Now the leader of his movement actually was his brother, his younger brother by 2 years. James, history calls him James the Just. YHWH'S. Yeah. It was when you get into like any history about him, you be like, yeah, dude was serious. He was serious cat. I got something right here. I'll share with y'all later. I've been reading James, the brother of Jesus, and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Powerful. It's so much information that I'm like, good night. Anyway, because he's barely mentioned in the New Testament. You feel me? He's breezed over. And how many of us knew, even in the Israelite movement, that after the Messiah died, he left someone in charge? A lot of us be like, okay, yeah, Peter. Peter even had to check in with him. Peter was somebody, one of his disciples that had rank, but Peter had to check in with James too. James was the one that was left in charge. Yeah, he did. So Barnabas brings Paul up to Jerusalem. They're having a council about circumcising Gentile believers, because some say they supposed to get circumcised, some say they don't, or they ain't got to. Right? This is what James, he brings a judgment over the matter. Now, if Wardale or Yahweh stands up and say, look, this is my judgment on the matter. If you bring a judgment to the situation, what does that mean? About judgment. If you bring a judgment, meaning you about to go ahead and go ahead and settle this matter once and for all.
I'm letting them know the root.
Right. That means you in charge.
This is what I don't mean. This is how it's gonna go down.
There you go.
This is what y'all follow.
Yeah. See, so the fact that even in the subtitle of this, halfway through this chapter, it says James's judgment. That lets you know even the translators understood. Dude in charge. You understand? If Paul and them is before him, that means he got rank over Paul and them. He got authority over Paul and everybody else.
That's why Paul went to get him.
He had to go out. He had to come before him and check in. Because remember, Paul was talking about how he ain't go check in at first. But eventually Barnabas like, look, you got to go see them. You got to go see them. Yeah. You got to go see James and all them. Like, that's just protocol. Like, the movement is headquartered out of Jerusalem. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, now let's read. This is his judgment, right?
13.
Yeah, start at 13, brother.
Verse 13. And after they had held their peace, James answered, saying, Men and brethren, hearken unto me. Simeon have declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name.
Now Simeon here, y'all, is Simon Peter. It's Peter.
That's Peter.
Peter. All right, so Peter went amongst the Gentiles and was already teaching, right? Because you got this idea in our heads that Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles. Before Paul even came around, Peter was already out teaching. Y'all remember Acts the 10th chapter, Cornelius and them? Peter, Cornelius, the centurion. In Acts 10. Y'all remember we used to go to church and they'd be like, you can eat pork. Remember the Peter had the vision, rise Peter, kill and eat. You remember that? You remember that in church they used to talk about that? That's in Acts 10. We'll get there if we got time. But anyway, Peter, yeah, but as you keep reading, you see it ain't got nothing to do with no eating no pork. As you keep reading, you know what I'm saying? But the point being, Peter, that vision, Peter eventually went to Cornelius, which is a Gentile convert. James is acknowledging that right here, saying Simeon or Peter have declared how the Most High at the first did visit the Gentiles. How is Peter declaring this? Because Peter was teaching amongst them already. Remember, the Messiah resurrected and told all his disciples, go into all the nations and teach them in the name of the Father, Son, Ruach, teaching them to observe whatever I command you.
Is that what he said? Don't take nothing with you?
That was before. That was when he was alive. When he resurrected, he told them to go out into the nation, because amongst the nations, you got Israelites who live like Gentiles, and you got real Gentiles. You see what I'm saying? But Peter had already gone out amongst the Gentiles and was teaching. All the disciples was doing that. So this whole notion that Paul is the only apostle to the Gentile, that's also false. And the only reason our people believe that is because of something that he said. You ain't looking at the whole matter. Hold on. They already was out there teaching among the Gentiles. The Nazarenes were. They already had Gentile protocol. Any Gentile or Israelite that wanted to follow the Messiah was held to the same measure of discipline. Right? Even down to what we eat. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So James is saying Simon or Peter have already declared amongst the Gentiles what the Most High is doing, right? Verse 15, go ahead.
And to this agree the words of the prophets as it is written. After this I will return and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down, and I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up. That the residue of men might seek after the Lord, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
Saith the Lord, who doeth all these things, knowing unto God are all his works from the beginning.
From the beginning, what?
Of the world.
All right, so let's go find that prophecy, because James said, look, what Peter is doing amongst the Gentiles is prophetic. And he quoted the prophet, didn't he say, disagree the words? What's that? Verse 15. And to disagree the words of the prophets as it is written. And then he quotes a prophet. All right, after this will I return. Well, let's go there real quick. That's Amos. That's Amos 9. Then let's come back. James is quoting a prophecy in the Bible from the prophets and saying what Peter is doing among the Gentiles is prophecy. Okay, let's go there. Amos 9.
Verse what?
And I know men who try to say James is going off. No. Not Paul, but James. Like, what is wrong with you? We're going to read what he quoted.
Oh, okay.
Amos 9. Amos 9. We're going to start around verse 11, I think it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Start around verse 11. We're going to read 11 and 12. All right, let's see. This is what he quoted.
Verse 11. In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof. And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
We just read that Acts 15th chapter. I mean, you know, his wording was a little different, but he said to this agree the prophets about the tabernacle or the house of David being restored back into his former glory. Then we just read that in Acts 15?
Yep.
We just read that, right? Now, look at this, verse 12.
That they may possess the remnant of Edom.
That they may possess the remnant of Edom. That the tabernacle of David, symbolizing all 12 tribes of Israel. David was the king of all 12 tribes. So the Most High is talking about restoring the house of David or the Israelites back to our former glory. And once we are restored back to our former glory, we will have in possession the remnant of Edom, right?
Meaning the Gentiles.
Yeah. Yeah. James called them Gentiles. But look at what it's saying, that they may possess the remnant of Edom. Go ahead.
And all and of all the heathen.
That's how you know outside of the 12 tribes, we're dealing with Gentiles. You know what I mean? But notice what he's saying. He's restoring the 12 tribes of Israel that Israel may have in possession, the Gentile nations or the heathens or the Goyim and all the heathen. Go ahead.
Which are called by my name.
That are called by the Most High's name. Because there are those of the other nations that will serve the Almighty. Yep. But in the kingdom, in our kingdom, they will be had in possession of Israel. It's righteous rulership, though. We ain't talking about no black KKK madness. All righteousness, you know what I mean? But nonetheless, we had the authority in the kingdom to come. You see that? Now, James, the leader of the Messiah's movement, is quoting this prophecy right here. And he's saying what Peter did amongst the Gentiles, starting with Cornelius, is talking about this. So this right here, this. Because ain't that what James quoted? We're going to go back and reread it, but this is what he's quoting right here. He's quoting this about the other nations being in possession, or that Israel and the kingdom being in possession of the other nations. And he's saying what Peter doing out there amongst the Gentiles is symbolizing this right here. So that means Cornelius was a Gentile. He wasn't an Israelite who didn't know no better. Can't be, because James quoted the prophecy about Israel being in possession of heathens or Gentiles who are called by his name, though, meaning they worship the Most High.
Yeah, and they accept his word.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes sense. Yeah. So James is quoting this. This means, y'all, the Nazarenes already had Gentile protocol before Paul came on the scene.
Yes, sir.
They already was witnessing amongst the Gentiles and all that. I just want the people to see that. So, because some people say, "Oh, y'all just jealous of Paul," and you know, that Most High used Paul to make Israel jealous, bro. How? We ain't denying Gentiles. Right. You know what I mean? Gentile worship our power and all that. He just held to the same measure of discipline that we held to. You dig? If you're gonna follow the Nazarene Messiah, that's just what it is. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I met one at Incredible Peace. She had her fringes on. She told her husband, "Look, honey, it's another." What you say? She addressed me as an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, I never seen a white person with fringes on, so it kind of like stunned me a little bit. And I smiled, and I was like, "Shalom." And they was like, well, the husband didn't want to have nothing to do with me. I'm clearly off the top. But the wife, she was joyful. She was really joyful. And she embraced me. We didn't hug or nothing, but I could tell she accepted my, you know what I'm saying, the conversation and everything, the vibe. But her husband walked away. She had to follow him. But, you know, she was like, "Shalom."
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So there are those of the other nations which are called by his name. Yeah. James is quoting this and saying, look, this is symbolic for what Peter is already doing out amongst the Gentile nations. Just before Paul even come around. So it's showing that they already had Gentile protocol. Yeah. What you mean Paul was used to make Israel jealous? Like we ain't want no. The Gentile, we already were given commands by the Messiah. Go into the other nations and teach in the name of the Father, the Son, the set apart Spirit, right? Baptizing them and commanding them to teach whatever I taught you.
Yep. So Paul was trying to use the Gentiles to make other our nation jealous.
No. This is what men are claiming.
Oh.
Men are claiming that, but that's not true.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Because we already had Gentile protocol. That's what we read in Acts 15. So we in Amos 9 now, right? James in Acts 15 is quoting Amos. All right, let's go back and read it. Let's go back and read it. Let's go back to Acts 15. Let's make it clear as a bell or a whistle. Acts 15. Let's go back. Let's go back to verse 14. I think it is. I mean, this as long as it's making sense, y'all. If it's making sense, give me a 9 up in the chat. All right. Yeah, it's already perfect because that's the whole thing. Like whoever want to follow, then you got to come up under the same measure and rule of thumb and discipline. You understand? The Israelites too. The Israelites had to convert to follow the Messiah. Okay, what they was doing the whole time, they thought was the truth, and he's like, nah, that ain't the truth at all. I'm ready to shake all that up. All right. So it was those amongst Israel that will follow. There are those amongst Gentiles that will follow. But guess what? They're held to the same measure of discipline. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
To the same measure.
Absolutely. And this is what James is about to tell Paul. When you go out amongst the Gentiles, teach this. And so the question gonna be, did he teach that? And then we'll get into Peter and the Nazarene action, because these are Peter's journals. You dig? And you'll see, because Peter was there when James gave Paul that directive. And then Peter out overseas teaching exactly what James said teach. So we got to ask ourselves, did Paul teach that way? Did he teach what he was commanded to teach? Right. You dig? And if the answer is no, y'all, we got a problem. That don't mean everything he said was wrong. You know what I mean? That don't mean you can't glean and get certain things from what he say that's righteous. You dig? But that ain't the question. The question is, did he teach what he was commanded to teach? And if the answer is no, we got a problem. We got a problem. You dig? Because the Messiah anointed and left those in charge who was in charge of his movement. He did. You understand? He look, these men knew him when he was alive and after he resurrected. He breathed on them, the Holy Spirit, and in Acts the 2nd chapter, 120 of these men and women got fiery tongues put on them. The tongues of fire. Don't we need to hear what they said? Yeah. So if Paul is in opposition to the 120 brothers and sisters that got fiery tongues put on them, all of them in agreement. And it just come down to who you gonna side with. Right. You know what I mean? We've been thinking this whole time it's all been in agreement. No, bro, they actually was at war. They actually was in conflict. Because he didn't think it was that serious. Like we finna read what he was commanded to teach and then get into what he taught. And then like, damn, is that the same thing? And if it ain't, then it's just like, okay. He started doing his own thing. He started, you know what I mean? He didn't think that he needed to be brought under or be under obedience to the leadership. So you start hearing him say certain things like, I won't be brought under bondage of any man. Or don't nature teach you that a man that have long hair is a shame. Well, hold on, these brothers are Nazarites, bro. They ain't never cut their hair. What you mean? All right, well, he that eat of herbs is weak. Hold on, these brothers don't eat flesh. When you realize he's firing at the leadership in Jerusalem, these are the men coming against him. Like, hey, you tripping. Then once you can see the conflict, then you can be like, oh, I see it now. I see where it's split off. You know what I mean? The Messiah's movement was hijacked. It was hijacked through information. Through information. You
said the Messiah.
His movement was hijacked. Movement was hijacked. Yeah. Watch. We're going to show some of it today. Acts 15 and 14. Right. Remember, this is James. There. Yeah. That's why he got the majority. His letters are the majority of the New Testament. A man that never met Messiah. But you got brothers and sisters that was in that upper room that got the fiery tongues. 120 of them. Mary Magdalene, all of them. Like, where her writings at?
She was up there too.
Yeah, it was men and women in the upper room. The upper room, men and women up there. Peter and James and Bartholomew and Thomas, and you got all brothers and sisters that was like that knew the mission, that knew him intimately, knew the Messiah intimately. You know what I mean? Was very close with him. He did, and got the Holy Spirit put on them double up. So anybody that come later and do something opposite of what they got going on, you gotta that's real suspect. All right, but look, watch this. James again, Acts 15 and 14. What it say?
Simeon have declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. And to this agree the words of the prophets as it is written. After this, I will return, and I will build again the tabernacle of David, which is falling down, and I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up.
Not sure about this. Where did we just read that at?
Amos 9.
Amos 9.
Yeah.
Didn't we just read that? So James is quoting Amos, correct? Okay, Amos 9, verse 17.
That the residue of men might seek after the Lord, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, saith the Lord.
Did we just read that? Whatever.
Yes, indeed.
Yahweh died. Did we just? Okay, I was just making sure you got. I'm making sure you got that. But yeah, we just read that in Amos 9, right? All right.
Right, look. So this ain't the second time we see that the New Testament, especially in Acts.
Yeah.
Always going back and quote. It's 2 out of Amos.
That's 2 out of Amos.
So Amos can't be doing too bad about what he's talking about.
Exactly.
Just throwing it out there as observation.
That's a very thorough observation, bro. All right, let's get it, Hebrew.
Who do call by the said the Lord, who doeth all these things, knowing unto God are all his works from the beginning of the world.
Come on.
Wherefore my sentence is that we trouble not them, which from among the Gentiles are turned to God.
This is what James is saying. Don't trouble the Goyim. You understand? And these are natural Gentiles he's talking about right here, based off the prophecy we read in Amos, correct? Yeah. He said, don't trouble them, leave them alone. Yeah. You understand? When you get into more readings of Peter after Clementine, you'll see that eventually they did get circumcised, but he was like, just don't lay all this on them at one time. Exactly. As they go through their initiation, they get circumcised. By the time they get to the end of it, they get baptized. Yes, yeah, but it's a 6-year initiation. So, you know, you ain't got to put all that on them at one time. This is what James is saying. Just don't trouble them. All right? If they want to come to Mashiach, let them come. All right? Verse 20. Now watch this.
But that we write unto them that they abstain from pollution of idols.
See, so they're writing. These are letters that Paul is getting. All right? These are overseas directives. All right? To the overseas communities in Messiah. All right, this is decades after he done died. You know what I mean? A good 20 years or something. He did. So he's saying, now look, this is what you're supposed to teach them. Write unto them that they abstain from pollutions of idols. All right, remember that. Go ahead.
And from fornication.
Come on.
And from things strangled.
Come on.
And from blood.
This is so he's getting a clear cut directive on what to teach among the Gentiles, right? So much so he's given letters. Look, these are letters. I'm vouched. I'm vouched is valid and solid from the leadership of the Messiah's movement in Jerusalem. I got letters of commendation. You feel me? So I'm authorized to be out here teaching. Look at that, Wardell. This is what the letters. This is what James told Paul and to teach. Read 20 again. Rob.
But that we write unto them that they abstain from pollution of idols.
Okay.
And from fornication.
Come on.
And from things strangled.
Come on.
And from blood.
So these are 4 main things that Paul was supposed to teach amongst the Gentiles as ordered by the head bishop in charge, James the Just of YHWH'S. They
call him a bishop.
He's the leader. He was the bishop of bishops. He was the leader of the Messiah's movement. He was the one left in charge. All right. Paul had to come to Jerusalem to get stamped valid. Meaning he had to get approved by him to be authorized to even teach. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. So these are the letters he get. Write unto them All right. So he receives letters of authority, but this is what you teach. All right. So as we keep going through the class today, the question gonna be: did he teach that? Did or did he deviate and start doing his own thing in certain spots? He taught against fornication. He taught against fornication on a physical level, spiritual level at times too. You understand? But in any of that, did he compromise? Because when you're dealing with pollutions of idols, all right, and things strangled and from blood, you're dealing with flesh. Especially the things strangled and from blood. That's flesh. Yeah, that's flesh. You ain't choking no plants. That's flesh. What you think happened when you slit any animal's throat so you can skin it and throw it on the fire? That's strangling. That, you understand? So, but some people say, well, that's just talking about something that died of itself. You know what I mean? Because that's what you're gonna get as you people say that's something that just died of natural causes. Like say a cow, we walk outside the door and a cow was dead on the side of the sidewalk right there. Nobody shot it. Nobody shot an arrow at it. None of it. It just died. Our people believe when it says from things strangled, that means something like that died of natural causes. So they can eat meat, but just not the meat that died naturally. That's what that's the breakdown for a lot of years. That's what we thought for a lot of years. That's why we know you can't eat flesh. You just can't be nothing that died of natural causes. But my first question is this. How you know the meat you eating in them at that grocery store didn't die of natural causes? You know what I'm saying? Shit, you don't.
Don't say on the pack don't die of
Even
natural
if it's
causes.
strangled. Yeah. Even if it's strangled, it died of horrible death.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just going exactly. Stress meat, exactly. Well, I'm just playing a little game real quick. Yeah. They gonna say, well, no, that's because remember he talking to Gentiles, right? Well, no, that's something that died naturally, died of itself. That's the breakdown the Brews gonna come with to come against what we saying. Where it's saying in the New Testament you can't eat flesh. I'm like, bro, Acts 15. Things strangled. Man, that's just something that died naturally. So if it didn't die naturally, as if they know it did or didn't, they don't even know if it did, right? So if it didn't die, or if it didn't die naturally, you know what I mean, then I can eat it then. That's what the Hebrews, that's what brothers, that's the, walk with me, I'm saying that's the breakdown that people are running with to say they can eat flesh. As long as it didn't die naturally, as long as it wasn't, as long as it was shot, or it was stabbed, or it was killed ritualistically, I can eat it. But, you understand? If it died naturally, I ain't supposed to eat it. That's what they believe things strangled means. Okay? Now, before we go down even further, let's show that don't mean that. Let's go to Deuteronomy 14:21 real quick. Let's show that don't mean that. Because remember, remember, he's talking about Gentiles, right? And how they're supposed to stay away from certain things. And he told Paul, this is what you teach them. Correct? Deuteronomy 14:21. Now look at this. What about this?
Verse 21. Ye shall not eat ye shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates, that he may eat it, or thou mayest sell it unto an alien.
Y'all hear that? Sure about that. He's telling the Israelite, you can't eat of anything that died of itself or died naturally. Look, they're saying that what James told Paul strictly is talking about something that died naturally. But we already established that James is talking about natural Gentiles because of Amos. Remember, the Edomites and all the heathens called by his name had in possession of the house of David. Mm-hmm. Correct? Yeah. Well, that's talking about natural Gentiles based on what Peter was doing, correct? All right, so we talking about natural Gentiles. Well, according to Deuteronomy 14:21, a natural Gentile can eat of the animal that died of natural causes. Mm-hmm. Read it again, Rod. What did it say?
Yeah, ye shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself.
Talking to the Israelite. The Israelite can't eat anything that died naturally or of itself. Making sense? All right, but what?
Thou shalt give it unto the stranger.
You can give it to the stranger. Go ahead.
that is in thy gates.
Come on.
That he may eat.
The stranger within your gates can eat that. Go ahead.
Or thou mayest sell it unto an alien.
Or you can sell it to an alien, another heathen, a foreigner. The Gentile amongst you or a foreigner, you can sell it to the foreigner. And the Gentile amongst you can eat it. So now we know that James is not talking about what? Eating meat that died of itself. He ain't even talking about that. Because according to Deuteronomy 14:21, guess who can eat that?
The stranger.
The Gentile can eat that. Or the alien, same thing. That's a foreigner. But the Israelite can't eat it. You shall not eat anything that dieth of itself. You shall give it unto the stranger that is in your gates, that he may what? That he may eat it. Or you may sell it unto a foreigner. You see that? For you are unholy people unto the Most High your power. You shall not seethe or boil a kid, a baby goat, in his mother's milk. That's a whole nother topic. That sounds sadistic. Yeah. Why the hell would you boil a baby goat in the milk of his mama? I mean, that which he is comfortable and familiar with is causing his death. He's dying behind it.
Sound like some type of ritual.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But look, does it make sense so far that the Gentile can't eat something that died naturally? Okay, so let's go back to Acts 15. Back to Acts 15. This is the proof that James is not, he's not talking about the Gentiles can eat flesh as long as it didn't die naturally. No, according to the law, they can eat that.
And that's what James was teaching Paul.
James is telling Paul, this is what you teach the Gentiles. Right? Now, what he's saying is this. Read that verse 20 again, my brother.
But that we write unto them that they abstain from pollution of idols, and from fornication, and from things strangled, and from blood.
Things strangled cannot be an animal that died naturally.
Exactly.
Why? Why can't? Things strangled cannot be an animal that died naturally. Why?
Because he was strangled and tortured.
No, we just read in Deuteronomy 14. Remember, he's talking to Gentiles.
He said he can't be a
Right? Why not, Roddy? Right?
The reason why he can't talk about things strangled, because if something is strangled, that means something or something else had to strangle it.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? And in Deuteronomy 14, that's basically saying that, like, if it died of itself, you can't eat it. But since, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Am I on the right?
But what about the Gentile in Deuteronomy 14?
They can't eat it.
They can't eat it. Remember, he's talking to Gentiles here. In Deuteronomy 14, Gentiles can eat something that's strangled.
Yeah.
This is how you know, James, when it says things strangled, it's not talking about something that died of itself or died of natural causes. It's talking about flesh. He tell them to stop eating flesh, period. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Because again, you ain't strangling no plants.
Right. And then
And from blood. Another allusion to flesh. See, so James is telling Paul, teaching among the Gentiles, let the Gentiles know to stay away from flesh. They are not to be eating flesh.
Gentile.
Yeah. Because guess what? The Israelites that want to follow Messiah, they can't eat flesh either. Remember, I keep saying that the believing Israelite and the believing Gentile are held to the same measure of discipline. That's what we talking about here. Because all the flesh sacrifice in the Gentile butcher shops is offered to idols, to devils. It ain't slain and offered according to the Torah.
You know what I'm saying?
It ain't according to the rules of the Bible. It ain't killed. You see what I'm saying? So the overseas directive to Gentiles who want to believe in Messiah, as given by his younger brother, is tell them to stop eating flesh. They are not to be eating none of that flesh that's sacrificed to them idols, sold at every meat market among the Gentiles. Those are my own words, but I'm saying it so I can make it clear to you. That's what that means right there. From things strangled and from blood is flesh. Meaning if a Gentile want to believe in Mashiach, he can't eat flesh either. That's basically what they're saying. He can't eat no flesh. You say you want to follow the Messiah, the Hebrew Messiah, guess what? He didn't eat flesh, you can't eat it. Because all the flesh sold in the Gentile slaughterhouses or butchered in the Gentile slaughterhouses and sold in the meat markets, y'all, is food offered to devils, idols.
Yep.
That's why it make more sense that they're saying tell them to stop eating flesh. Because where they live at in Corinth, in Ephesus, in Galatia, in Bithynia, in Pontus, in Rome, guess what? Who all that meat offered to? All right, so who all that meat offered to that you eating here in America? Shit, it's the same thing. Why would the meat that was offered or slain in the slaughterhouses then and sold in the meat markets then be offered to idols and devils, but the flesh we eat today ain't?
Exactly.
How does that make sense? Even more now. He's talking about telling them to stop eating that flesh. That's an allusion to it, strangled and from blood. All right. Look, and if it ain't slaughtered according to the flesh laws they live by, it's offered to a devil anyway, or an idol. All right. None of the food, none of the flesh these men eat in the world today is offered to the Most High.
Exactly.
All of it's been slaughtered unlawfully in a slaughterhouse, and all of it's been dead longer than 3 days, and all of it's been subject to the most evil and inhumane conditions in order to satisfy your taste buds.
Yep.
That is not flesh offered to the Most High. I don't care if it's ate on Passover or not. All right. So why you think Nazarenes don't eat flesh? Because we understood. You understand? All that flesh is offered to a devil. All of or an idol. All right. Now, look, if you go on by flesh laws in the Bible, we got to hold you to the flesh laws. Well, that got to be killed a certain way. I mean, that's what you're going by. The point being, nobody can go by that today. The provisions left there for you to eat flesh, if you want to go by that, can't do it. It's impossible.
Very impossible.
It's impossible. And if you are eating flesh, it's meat or flesh offered to idols.
Yes, sir.
Not just because somebody tell you, hey, this is offered to Buddha, this offered to Baal, Peor. No, it wasn't offered or slaughtered according to the Bible you read.
Exactly.
Therefore, it's offered to an idol. It ain't offered to the God of the Bible. The newsflash, he don't want your flesh anyway.
Yep.
Never did.
Never did.
You dig? But if we're going to play their game, well, brother, we got to hold you always to these flesh laws. Based off the flesh laws that you claim you go by, you in violation.
Yep.
All right?
No
So you see that verse 20, you said what? Right?
I ain't got no videos against that one.
Nah, you can't. All right, now look, let's jump down. Let's jump over down to verse 29. He's going to clear it up a little more. 28 and 29. Now watch this. YHWH'S. Watch this.
For it seemed good to the Holy Ghost and to us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things, that ye abstain from meats offered to idols.
See, so in verse 20, it said pollutions of idols. See, he's repeating himself in verse 29. When he said pollutions of idols, he's talking about meats offered to idols. It's offered to another god or a devil if it wasn't slain, hunted, killed, sacrificed. All these are the same things. Are offered according to how it says in the Bible was supposed to be killed.
Yep.
No Gentile is killing none of this flesh how it says in the Bible. That means all the flesh is offered to an idol. Based off the flesh laws, they go by. You see? So this is how we know the Nazarene, the brothers didn't eat flesh. You understand? For many reasons, but this is one of the main reasons, because they understood, look, the way this flesh is being slaughtered ain't according to the Most High. He don't want it anyway. But if we going off y'all records and what you got written down, you still in violation. You see that? For one, it's been dead longer than 3 days too, ain't it? Yeah, Leviticus chapter 17, 1 through 8, Leviticus chapter 7, 11 through 18. You understand? Whether it's in the camp or out the camp. And if it make it to day 3 and you chewing on it, it's abomination. And it ain't talking about pig meat. It ain't talking about lobsters and crabs. It's talking about sheep, lamb, goats, cows, chickens, everything that the conscious Israelites eat today. If it make it to day 3 dead, it's abomination. How old all that flesh is you be getting out the grocery store? Not you, but our people get out the grocery store. Way longer than 3 days. Think about this, whatever. How many Hebrews you know they got deep freezers full of frozen flesh? Huh?
My sister for one.
Yeah. All that's unclean. All that's abomination.
My sister's actually, yeah.
All that's abomination.
Yeah. She got a deep freezer stand upright.
That's abomination. It's abomination. So the overseas directive is that you abstain from meats offered to idols. Go ahead.
Offered to idols and from blood and from things strangled.
Come on.
And from fornication.
Come on.
From which if ye keep yourselves, ye shall do well. Fare ye well.
Now you hear this? This is what Paul is commanded to teach. He's commanded to teach this. And then he got dismissed. Look at verse 30. What does it say?
So when they were dismissed, they came to Antioch. And when they had gathered the multitude together, they delivered the epistle.
What epistle? What letter? What letter is Paul and them delivering or reading in Antioch to the people who say they believe in Messiah? He's reading the letter he just got from James. This is what you teach them. Right? And they get dismissed. Show them more authority. What happens when you dismiss somebody? Yeah. All right, you're free to leave now. Dismissed. I'll let y'all later. Court's adjourned. Bah! Like, hey, I can get up out of here now. You know what I mean? All right. So look, they were dismissed. Right? Went to Antioch where there was another assembly. All right. They delivered the epistle. All right. So we see that. All right. Now let's go to 1 Corinthians 10, and then we're gonna go to 1 Corinthians 8. Let's read a little bit. 1 Corinthians 10. We're gonna start around verse 24, righty, Rod. All right. Now, again, remember what he was told to teach. We'll start at 23. All right, we're going to read 23 on down to 26. 27. Let's get it.
All things are lawful for me.
This is Paul speaking.
But all things are not expedient.
So he's saying all things are lawful for him, but all things are not expedient. All right. You know, you can take that as he's saying he can do whatever, which I ain't gonna put that on him. He's saying he can do whatever. You understand? Because some people will take it that far. So he's saying he can do whatever. Everything lawful for me. To say all things. I ain't gonna put that on him though. Like he ain't saying that. You understand? But even though it is written, it do say all things, North Carolina. All things are lawful for me, but all things.
That means what he's saying.
Hey, what you say? Look at y'all now. Well, they are like shit. How else I'm supposed to take it? Nigga, shit, how else I'm supposed to take it? You know what I mean? No. Hey, that Paul right there. He go throw the monkey wrench in the game. He broke. It did. Or he's saying all things that are lawful, like all things according to the law. Yeah. Other than that, we got to throw on him everything wicked. Meaning he's saying I can do whatever wicked, but everything is just not expedient. I don't believe he's saying that. I believe he's saying like whatever is lawful, is lawful for me to do, but it may not be expedient for me to do. You know what I mean? It may not be the best thing for me to do just because it's lawful. That's what I believe he's saying. I ain't gonna throw it on him like that. But what? Look at Yahweh. He like shit, nigga. He said it. I gave him a break on that one. You know, we still reading though. Now look, we gonna hold him on the mat though. All right. All things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. Go ahead.
All things are lawful for me, but all things edify
He
not.
did say it twice though, big bro. You know what I mean? All things are lawful. Oh no. Oh Lord. Verse 24. Go ahead.
Let no man seek his own, but every man's another's wealth. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles,
oh man,
that eat.
Hold on, not you about this, huh? You know what the shambles are, don't you?
Who shambles?
Yeah, whatsoever is sold in the shambles.
Sold in the shambles. The hut.
The shambles is where you go to the grocery stores or the meat markets,
meat
the slaughterhouse where you go get your flesh. You see that? But trip off what he's saying. He's saying whatsoever is sold in the shambles or the meat markets that eat. Asking what?
No question. For conscience sake.
Now, does that line up with what he just was told to teach? He looked at the letter said, tell them to stay away from meat offered to idols, from fornication, from things strangled, and from blood. Is that? That ain't that. The letter didn't say whatever is sold at the meat markets, eat it and don't ask no questions. I had told you, say, well, that don't mean he's saying, you know, you can eat the swine. No, okay, but even if he's saying, even if it's something that Israelites say that's lawful, even if he's talking about lawful flesh that Israelites say they eat, right? Trip off this. It say whatsoever is sold at the meat market, eat it, don't ask no questions for conscience sake. That ain't what he was told to teach, y'all. That's not. Right? Because trip off this. Because trip off this. We can go with the fact things strangled means something that died of natural causes. Say we go with that. Even though that ain't what we believe no more. But say we go with, okay, well, things strangled only means something that died naturally. It wasn't slaughtered properly. Well, that still is in violation. That's still opposite of whatever is sold in the shambles. Because how you know that didn't die of itself? How you know that wasn't natural causes that caused that to die? You see what I'm saying? Him saying whatsoever is sold in the shambles, eat it and don't ask no questions, is not what he was told to teach.
Facts.
It's not. It's total opposite.
Yeah, very contrary.
Even Roddy Rod, if they want to say, look, things that are strangled is simply talking about something that died of natural causes. Well, what's sold in the shambles is flesh that died naturally or died of a disease. Everything sold at the meat markets is not something that was slaughtered ritualistically in a righteous manner. Majority of that stuff was slaughtered or killed or even died under inhumane conditions.
Indeed.
So regardless of what perspective men look at it, whether something strangled is flesh, period, or something that died without being slaughtered, Paul still is teaching against it.
Yes, indeed.
What he's saying is whatever is sold in the shambles, eat it and don't ask no questions. For conscience sake. That ain't what he was told to teach.
That's against both sides of the
There you go. Indeed. There you go. If y'all understand that, if y'all look, trip about this, y'all. If not, we should be able to go find a law. Like what is law? What law is Paul quoting right here?
Straight up.
All right. What overseas director from James is he quoting? He's not. He's teaching directly against what he was told to teach. Mm-hmm. If y'all understand that, give us a Yahoo up in the chat.
You might say, where's the letter?
Right, where the letter at? Where the letter at? Absolutely. Absolutely. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, y'all, is not what he was told to teach.
Facts.
It's not. You don't see nowhere in there, hey, tell them they can eat whatever sold in the shambles.
You know what I'm saying?
That's talking about flesh directly, you dig? All right, read that 25 again, brother. What did it say?
Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake.
Right, and he telling you don't even question what you're eating. For conscience sake. Now, verse 26 is his reason for saying it. What did it say?
For the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof.
Oh no, that's his reason for telling you you can eat whatever's in the shambles. Whatever meat you decide to eat out of the meat markets, he's saying eat it and don't even ask, don't even inquire into it. Don't even inquire into it. Not sure about this. Why would somebody inquire into what kind of flesh they eat? Because you're gonna be asking, for one, what it is. If you ain't developed the eye to know what it is. Two, you're gonna ask. The next question you're gonna ask is, how was it handled?
Exactly.
Like, was this butchered correctly, or was this according to our beliefs?
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So this right here is showing that Paul is not teaching. When it came down to the directives he was given, he's teaching opposite of that. That shouldn't be hard to see.
Facts.
We ain't making that up. All right, we're not making that up.
Lust of the flesh.
Exactly. Exactly. And then his reason is because the entire earth belonged to the Most High. Look, the earth belonged to the Most High since the beginning. We know this. But that's not a valid reason to say or tell people they can eat whatever is sold at whatever you choose to take out the meat markets, eat it, and don't even ask a question about it.
Facts.
All right, now, North Carolina, is that what he was told to teach? No, it's not. We just gotta be real with ourselves. So now we got to take it a step further. Paul was teaching opposite of what he was commanded to teach. You feel me? Because we got this thing in our mind as that Paul was the one in charge. No, he wasn't. That's the crazy part. You did. He was not the one in charge. He wasn't. So what it is, what happens is this: if he receives the letters to teach a certain understanding and he teach opposite, y'all, by default, that means that in his mind he don't see the reason to put that type of discipline on Gentile believers. So take it another step further. He feels that the Gentile protocol is flawed.
Yeah.
And he can do it a better way. He can gain more followers by letting them know, nah, you ain't got to let go of none of that. If you come to Christ, all is forgiven. You know, meats don't commend us to God. Neither if we eat or we better if we don't eat, we the worst. See, now you start seeing what he's teaching is opposite of what he was told to teach. You see what I'm saying? The Nazarene leadership already had everything in place. He started doing his own thing because he didn't see the need to put that type of discipline on a new convert, a Gentile believer. You understand? And here now you can see the friction. You understand? And then he starts sending shots. He starts talking about the brothers hurt. It's too long. You understand? Oh, they don't eat flesh, they eat herbs. Why he telling you eat whatever you choose to take out the meat market, eat it, don't ask no question. But the brother that choose not to eat that is weak in the faith. But the brothers that was under the leadership of the brothers didn't eat flesh. A lot of them had Nazarite vows on them, meaning they never cut their hair. So now we know who Paul talking against. He's speaking against these brothers. It's crazy. It's like, oh, okay, that's what was going on. You feel me? And then he started talking about my gospel that I teach. You know, he said that type in my gospel in the New Testament, it'll blow your mind. You know what I mean? It's Paul, my gospel. Like, dang, now if I got to turn this camera on and start saying my gospel, these Negroes will hang me off the Gateway Arch. Mally done lost his mind talking about my gospel. But you don't question it with Paul, though. Right. Paul come on and say, look, follow me. For I follow Messiah. Like, because he's being questioned on his doctrine. No, follow me. You understand? But, you know, the brothers in them already got their own movement going. Yeah. Ordained by Messiah himself. See what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of times they were sending men up to check him on this stuff. Like, what is you doing? Like, what is you on? So then he started in his own letter. Certain men sent to me by James. You dig? I ain't with James. Okay, that's the Lord's brother. Oh, dang. What's going on? Okay, he's sending men. He must have had some authority. He's sending men at him. Like, hey, what is you on? That ain't what you was told to teach. Whatsoever is sold in the shambles, eat it. So whatever you decide to take or buy at the meat market or the grocery store, you can eat that. All right? And don't ask no questions for conscience sake. Strip off that. But he was told what? Tell them to stay away from things strangled, from blood, and meat offered to idols. Did he ever? He never taught that. He didn't teach it. That's what he taught right there. Dang.
No question.
That's crazy. Don't have no question, for the earth belongs to the Lord. The earth always belongs to the Most High.
Exactly.
What you mean? That don't mean you got the right to chew on dead animal flesh. Verse 27. Now watch this.
Verse 27.
Uh-huh.
If any of them that believeth not bid you to a feast, and ye be disposed to go, whatsoever is set before you, eat, asking no questions for conscience sake.
Y'all hear this? He's saying if a non-believer invites you to a feast and you be disposed to go, meaning you just can't keep yourself back from going. Yeah, you know what I mean? Whatever they set before you, eat it. No, see, that's against, you know what I mean, Nazarene protocol. No, because we very particular about who we eat with. Because you could be eating food offered to devils, even if they tell you it's offered to a devil or not. All right? That don't make sense. What you mean I just eat whatever's put in front of me? Do that make sense? Is that what James and them told him to teach? Because he's writing this in response to what James put out there. Because the Gentiles was like, no, we was told that we can't eat certain things. Paul say, no, whatever sold at the meat market, eating, don't ask no question. The earth belongs to the Lord. If an unbeliever invite you, Gentile, to a feast, and you just gotta go, whatever is set before you, eat it and don't ask no questions. That ain't what he was told to teach. Because again, how you know it ain't something strangled? If we gonna say strangled is just something that died of diseases, or right? How you know if you ain't asking no questions? Asking no question for conscience sake. Now watch this, 28. He tried to save himself. Watch this. Go ahead.
But if any man say unto you, this is offered in sacrifice unto idols.
Go ahead.
Eat not for his sake that showed it.
Eat not for the sake of him who showed it, or the one who straight put the food in front of you.
You invited me over, then.
Eat not for his sake, not because your sake. You could be eating food offered to an idol. He's saying don't eat it for the sake of him that put it before you. If they tell you it's offered to an idol. Look, y'all, whether they say it or not, somebody cannot tell you it's offered to an idol. That don't mean that flesh ain't offered to an idol or not. That don't mean it ain't offered to an idol just because they don't say it. Saying it don't make it offered to an idol. The way it was butchered does. That's what Leviticus 7 goes into.
Yes, indeed.
And Leviticus 17. The way it was slaughtered determines if it was slaughtered or offered or sacrificed to an idol.
Yes, indeed.
All right, that's Leviticus 17. We're going to hit that after we leave her. And we're going to go to 1 Corinthians 8. All right. What we're establishing, y'all, is Paul didn't teach what he was commanded to teach. And what he's writing right here is in direct opposition to what James told him to teach. See, he's starting to lose control of the assemblies he's setting up and oversee communities at Corinth. They like, no, we ain't supposed to be. He like, whatever sold in the shambles, eat it. Whoever unbeliever invites you to a feast, whatever they put in front of you, eat, don't ask no questions. Hey, but if they said you was offered to, Diana, one of these little gods, goddesses or whatever, don't eat it for the sake of him that invited you. Huh? No, if I'm not going to eat, I'm not going to eat it for my sake. It's offered to an idol, Jack. I'm not going to eat that. He's saying don't eat it for the sake. Eat it not for his sake that showed it. Meaning the one that invited you, that prepared the food. Don't eat for his sake. That don't even make sense. And it's directly opposite of what he was commanded to teach. Backing down with the script, Roddy Rod.
Yes,
You know
indeed.
what I mean? Go ahead, finish it off, Hot.
That showed it. And but if any man say unto you, this is offered in sacrifice unto idols, eat not for his sake that showed it, and for conscience sake. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof.
Here you go again. For the earth is the Lord. The whole earth belongs to the Lord. You see that? Bang. So we got that. We got that. We establishing that what Paul is teaching is opposite. It's opposite. All right. And so what is flesh offered to idols? Let's go to Leviticus 17 real quick. And then we're going to come back to 1 Corinthians 8. All right. We in the Bible, we ain't even gotten to the Clementine homily. We be in the scripture for the most of the videos, and then we, let's go show what meat offered to devils or an idol is. All right. And then we're gonna jump. We need Leviticus 7 too, about if it's been dead. If it's been dead for a certain amount, it's an abomination. All right, start at verse 2 of the Leviticus 17.
Verse 2. Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, this is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded,
now,
saying.
These are flesh laws. Leviticus 11, I can eat that. Malaki, Deuteronomy 14, I can eat that. Malaki, you going off. You forgot Leviticus 17. You forgot Leviticus 7. There are processing laws dealing with flesh. If you're going by, I don't go by the flesh laws. If you're going by that, you got to go by the flesh laws. All right? Now watch this, verse 3.
What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed it unto that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people.
Now look at that, y'all. So he's looking, all that are so-called clean flesh that Israel eat today. Israel eats ox, oxtails, lamb, and goat for Passover. So this is lawful flesh. This ain't talking about pig meat. So notice it went from what you kill, all right, is an offering. Verse 3 is you killed it. Well, it got to be brought to the door of the tabernacle. That's where the priest would be at. To offer an offering. Yes, the dead flesh is an offering. The only question need to be to whom? Whom is it offered to? All right. And if you don't bring it to the door to offer it unto the Most High, meaning you don't bring it to his priest who is attending at his altar at the doorway or the entrance of the tabernacle or the temple, guess what? You a murderer. Blood shall be imputed into that man, shall be cut off from among his people. This is the process it has to go through. All right. Yeah, you can hunt or kill it, but you got to bring it. You got to bring it to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle. And guess what the priest got to do? Verse 5, let's get it.
To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices.
Hold on, sacrifices. So yes, dead flesh is an offering and it is a sacrifice.
Slow it down a bit.
It is. It is an offering and it is a sacrifice. Period. You can't get around it.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest.
Unto who?
The priest.
The priest is at the door. Go ahead.
And offer them for peace offerings unto Yahweh.
So the biblical offering that it falls up under, because that'll be next. Well, what kind of offering is it, huh? It's a peace offering. It's a peace offering. This ain't talking about no high holy days. It's just what a Negro want to call everyday meats. Yeah. Well, that's a peace offering you're talking about. All right. It was killed, right? It's the very thing that was killed is an offering. The very thing that's offering is a sacrifice, right? The technical term for this offering is a peace offering, right? If it ain't brought to the door of the tabernacle and handed over to the priest after you kill it, you a murderer. Blood shall be imputed unto you and you will be cut off, right? Is that not what we read? All right, verse 6, what does it say?
And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Now, so this is what the priest must do. This is the ritual. This is the process. All right. Where everything is, if you kill it, it don't just go right to the fire. There has to be a process. It got to be skinned properly. The blood got to be drained out a certain way. All right. It got to go, the blood got to go to the priest, so the priest can sprinkle it upon the altar It's called the altar of burnt offering. Right? Of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Go ahead.
And burn the fat for a sweet savor unto Yahweh.
And he got to burn the fat. You eating on flesh. You don't know the blood ain't been put on no altars. This fat ain't been burned. Blood ain't been poured into the dust. You see that?
Yep.
This is a peace offering. If it's not done like that, guess what?
Blood's been imputed.
You're a murderer. And verse 7, watch this.
And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils.
Unto who?
Unto devils.
Y'all, because if it wasn't done, just how we just said, it's to a devil. All right? Or a demon.
Yes, indeed.
What you think is behind every idol?
Yep.
That's flesh offered to idols if it's not done, regardless if they tell you it's offered to an idol or not. Paul said, "Oh, but if they say it's offered to an idol, don't eat it for the sake of him that showed it to you."
Like, dang.
No, Jack, that ain't what make it offered to an idol just because somebody tell you it's offered to Molech. What make it offered to an idol is how it was slaughtered.
Exactly.
If it was slaughtered opposite of what we reading, then it's offered to an idol. All that flesh in America and throughout this world is offered to an idol.
Yep.
All of it. Every livestock or every animal that has been slaughtered in this earth for millenniums has been offered to a devil or an idol, a false god. Because it ain't done like that if you're going by that. Brother, we ain't got no tabernacles, no altars, and no doors, and no priests, and no blood, no fat. You don't eat it then. It's just that simple. Now you're seeing why Nazarenes stay away from the flesh. Now you're seeing why James told Paul, because guess what? None of that flesh among them Gentiles was slaughtered like this. Now you see James say, look, tell the Gentiles that believe stay away from things strangled and from blood. And we've been reading about blood in this chapter. It's talking about flesh, y'all. It's talking about flesh. That's what James told Paul. Tell him to stay away from flesh. Paul turns around and say, what? Whatsoever soul in the shambles eating, don't ask no questions for conscience sake. Earth belongs to the Lord. If an unbeliever invites you to a feast and you just gotta go, eat whatever they put in front of you and don't ask no questions for conscience sake, for the earth belongs to the Lord. He's mocking, look, he's openly mocking the Messiah's leadership and openly teaching against what they taught and what they commanded him to teach. Oh, but if they say it's offered to an idol, don't eat for the sake of him that showed it to you. No, that don't make that. Look, him saying it's offered to an idol don't make it offered to an idol. How it was slaughtered makes it offered to an idol. And if it wasn't slaughtered according to what we read, and guess what? It's offered to a devil, and they shall no more offer, which means no more. That means if it wasn't getting done like that at some point, and they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, demons, idols, false gods, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations.
Yes, indeed.
Now, trip out what you got to do with the blood. Go down to verse 13, bro.
Verse 13. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunted and catcheth any beast or fowl that may be eaten,
that hunteth or catcheth. That includes fish. Fish or the beast or animals of the sea. You catch fish. That's where you're going to go now. It don't say nothing about no fish. Hunt or catch any beast or fowl that may be eaten. Go ahead.
He shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust.
That's what I said earlier. You still got them on the blood aspect. Because they ain't poured the blood. They ain't drained the blood all the way out and covered that blood with dust.
They ain't doing it.
That ain't happening.
They're not doing that.
Nobody's doing that.
That's a KO right
there. That ain't even happening in the slaughterhouses in North Carolina.
Facts.
Yeah, you gonna go by flesh laws. Look what you gotta go by. That blood gotta be poured all the way out. James said, tell them to stay away from what? Things strangled and from blood. That's flesh. Oh, you think he's talking about drinking blood, huh? It don't say nothing about no drinking, do it? It say from things strangled and from blood. Because you're not supposed to be dealing with the flesh anyway. Because dealing with the flesh, guess what you got to do? You got to get that blood up out of there.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, starting to make sense. Starting to make a little more sense.
Yep.
Starting to make a little more sense.
What's that?
Oh, praise. Oh man, you been in the back. You been in the back, big dog. You know what I mean?
Man,
let's go to Leviticus 7. Just a rehash.
You gonna give me some of that fire? I'm gonna go get the tea.
And then, what there? Can you put one of them teas in the freezer for me? Let it cool off a little taste. Oh, is it? Yeah. Let me get one. Thank you, sir. And then we're gonna go to 1 Corinthians 8. We're gonna see if Paul taught these things, man. And if he didn't, you just gotta be real with yourself. Be real, man. You know what I mean? And thank you, Tony. And then you gotta be real with yourself. And then you gotta ask yourself, well, dang, where did he teach what he was told to teach? He did? Where did he teach that, man? You don't miss some good stuff. You don't miss some good stuff, big bro. You know what I mean? We go back over the little taste. All right, so now we know that if it wasn't slaughtered or offered, I'm talking about flesh. If it wasn't slaughtered or offered, like we just read, if it wasn't brought to the door of the tabernacle or the temple, given to the priest at the door, so he could put the blood on the altar and burn the fat. If it wasn't done that way, it's food or flesh offered to a devil. That's just a rehash what we just went over.
So he has to do it that way.
It got
in order for it to be
acceptable. Yeah, lawful. Look, true about this. Even if it's lamb or goats, lawful flesh that all the Israelites eat, it still gotta be processed like that. It got to be brought to the door of the tabernacle. The priest got to take the blood of the animal that you just killed and put that blood on the altar and burn the fat on the altar. And if it's not done that way, the person that killed that animal is a murderer. He shall be cut off. And guess what? That's flesh offered to an idol, a devil. That's what we just read. That's in Leviticus 2. You know, I could eat the cheeseburger, Leviticus 11. You forgot Leviticus 17. All right, now and true about this. The flesh that you kill is an offering. That's what we just read. It is a sacrifice. That's what we just read. It's called a peace offering. Now we in Leviticus 7 going over the law of the peace offering. Okay? Anybody going to White Castles, Burger King, eating on a cheeseburger, whatever, bro, that's a peace offering, supposedly. That's a peace offering.
No impossible burger.
Nah, that ain't flesh. All right, now look, Leviticus 7 and 11. Watch this.
And this is the law of the peace offering, which he shall offer unto the Lord. If he offer it for thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving unleavened cakes mingled with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil of fine flour fried.
See, so he's saying, okay, this is a peace offering, but this is called a thanksgiving. Like you basically thanking the Almighty for blessing you. All right. Exactly. So with this flesh, you getting cakes and unleavened cakes and wafers and fine flour fried. All this goes with this flesh offering that you bring. It's called a thanksgiving offering, right? I ain't doing that either. Go ahead.
Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offering.
Right. So with this flesh is bread you eating too. Chicken and biscuits. All right. This is where they get everything from. All right. Not necessarily biscuits, but you know what I'm saying. It's flesh and it's bread. All right. Go ahead.
And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto the Lord. And it shall be the priest that sprinkled the blood of the peace offering.
See, notice the priest got to sprinkle that blood. You hunt it, you killed it, you got to get it to the priest, and the priest got to put the blood on the altar and burn the fat on the altar. If it ain't done that way, it's offered to a devil.
Yes, indeed.
There ain't no flesh on this earth, as we speaking, that has been slaughtered according to the Bible. All the flesh in this entire earth being slaughtered in every slaughterhouse is in violation.
Yep.
All the meat you get from the grocery store come from the slaughterhouses, Hebrew. None of it. They ain't poured the blood in the dust and drained the animal from all its blood and then covered the blood up with the dust. Now they go right down the drain.
They show right there on the video.
Yeah, I know.
Slit their throat.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Some of them, I think it was one cow was getting shot in the head.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
It's inhumane. So if it's getting done like that, it's not lawful. I mean, unlawful meat ain't just pig, crab, shrimps, and lobsters and pork, right? It's all this flesh that the Israelites claim they are eating. That's lawful flesh that has not been slaughtered according to the Bible. Well, that's unclean too. That's an abomination. If you're going by flesh laws. I don't go by flesh. I don't eat flesh. You ain't ate in 3 years. I mean, so none of this apply to me. I'm just saying, if you brothers out there and sisters out there still eating flesh, all y'all in violation because you're not going off this. I go ahead. 15.
Okay. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering for Thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered.
The same day it's killed, Hebrew, it's offered. That flesh got to be eaten the same day it was killed, because on the day it's killed, it's brought to the door of the tabernacle, to the priest, and it's offered to the Most High.
Gotta be ate
That day. Huh? How long that flesh been dead in the grocery store? Yeah, it ain't longer than 1 day, ain't it? All right, let's keep it real. That means all that flesh is abomination then. All right, let's keep reading.
And he shall not leave any of it until the morning.
And this is a Thanksgiving form of a peace offering. They got to be eaten the same day it was killed. Okay? Make sense?
Yes.
Now, verse 16, go ahead.
But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering.
So this is not a Thanksgiving offering. This is a voluntary offering. All right? Go ahead.
It shall be eaten the same day that he offered his sacrifice.
Eaten the same day it was killed. The day it's killed, it got to get brought to the door of the tabernacle to the priest, and he got to offer it. Dead flesh is a sacrifice. Dead flesh is an offering. It's just to who is it offered to? That's all it comes down to.
Yes, indeed.
All dead flesh is a sacrifice. All of it. Yeah. All of it. Go ahead.
And on the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten.
So this voluntary offering can be eaten. If you got a little bit left over, you can eat that the next day. Day 2. Okay? Thanksgiving offering, all of it got to be eaten the same day. Voluntary offering, you got a little leeway. Or you have a little leftovers left, you can eat that on day 2.
Oh, okay.
That's a voluntary offering. Verse 17, go ahead.
But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the 3rd day shall be burnt with fire.
It can't go to day 3, Hebrew. It make it to day 3, you got to burn that up. Fire.
Fire, baby.
Now watch this. Because the excuse gonna be, well, I didn't kill it. You know, because that's where everybody going now. Because it's talking about if you kill it and don't do it. Well, I ain't kill it. I just eat it.
Thanks.
Verse 18. They think they getting off.
Right.
They think they slip. He ain't getting You ain't getting off. You ain't getting off. You an accessory to the crime.
Right.
Bro.
Like, thank you for saying that.
Verse 18. Because he's saying that people are saying, well, I ain't kill it. So they think they getting off. Verse 18. What does it say?
And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering be eaten at all.
Be what?
Eaten at all on the 3rd day.
So those that eat it gotta give an account too. If it be eaten, it ain't just talking about him that killed it. Anybody that partook of his death by eating at all on the 3rd day. What is it?
It shall not be accepted.
Go ahead.
Neither shall it be imputed unto him that offered it.
Come on.
It shall be an abomination.
A what?
Abomination.
A who?
Abomination.
Well, we ain't talking about pork, shrimp, crab, and lobsters here. Right? That wasn't the peace offerings. Peace offerings was lamb and goats and ox and the stuff Hebrews eat today. But that peace offering, that's the name of it. That's flesh that's flesh you kill, and it ain't no high holy day or nothing like that. You just I went hunting today. Say you went hunting and you came through. Like, man, boy, I just got me a 20. Boy, what they say about the I just got me a buck, a 14-point buck, or whatever they be saying, right? I just, you know, okay. Well, our first question was like, hey, what else? You need to take that to the door at the top. Get that to the priest so he can sprinkle that blood on that altar and gut it so he can take the fat off the organs and burn the fat and hang it upside down so all the blood can be drained so he can cover up the blood with the dust. You do that? He said, no, Hebrew, I don't know no priests. I don't know no altars. Hell no, I ain't did that with no blood. We threw that down the drain. Matter of fact, it's already on. Hey, bro, that's abomination.
It took me 3 days to get back here.
You heard me? You hear me?
Straight up.
And so that's abomination once it make it to day 3. All right. It shall be abomination. Go ahead.
It shall be an abomination.
Yeah.
And the soul that eateth it, eat of it, shall be his iniquity.
Shall bear his iniquity.
Shall bear his iniquity.
You in your sin.
Iniquity.
You in your sin eating all that dead flesh.
Yep.
Remember, the flesh that you kill is an offering. It's a sacrifice. It's called a peace offering. This is the law of the peace offering. And the side of his peace offering. That's what that is. Bruh, all that flesh that these Negroes are eating on is well over 3 days old.
Yes, indeed.
Well, it's an abomination.
The shipment alone is.
And they shall bear.
They shall bear their iniquity.
This iniquity.
Okay?
Yes,
So,
or her.
yeah. So if it ain't been done according to the procedure, all right, then guess what? That's flesh offered to an idol or a devil. That's why James told Paul, tell him stay away from meat offered to idols. That ain't just because somebody tell you, oh, this is offered to Allah. No, it's offered to a devil or an idol based off how it's killed. If it ain't killed according to what we read in Leviticus 17, it's meat offered to an idol. Understand? All right, now let's go back to now. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 8. Now that we know that, go to 1 Corinthians 8. Once we can understand what James was saying and what Paul taught opposite, and then you can go back into the Torah and see, oh, this is why the Nazarene brothers and them stayed away from the flesh. They understood, nah, it ain't being handled. You know what I mean?
We get understanding right now.
Yeah, all praise, brother. Hallelujah. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 8. All right. Not trip off that. Not trip off Paul's stance on this. Go ahead, Doc.
Paul, was this Paul teaching what we just read?
No, that was in Leviticus, what we just read. That was in the Old Testament. This is Paul now.
We can go with Paul.
Yeah. We read some when you were in the back, we was reading with something that Paul say, whatever you eat whatever you go to the grocery store or the meat market, whatever you go to the meat market and buy and choose to buy, eat it and don't ask no questions.
That's what you said, the shambles.
Yeah, that's what the shambles is.
Shambles.
Yeah, but my question is, where is that at in the law anywhere? You can just eat whatever's in the meat markets or whatever you decide to buy at the meat market. That ain't. Yeah, he wasn't told. There you go.
That ain't what they told Paul.
So that means. Hey, look at what else? Like, I get it now.
Right, like, hey,
hold on, I get it.
all.
Oh, no, I get it now. Hold on. Now, we back on Paul. All right, this is Paul's teachings, 1 Corinthians 8. Now, trip off how he opened up in verse 1.
Now, as touching things offered unto idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifies.
Hold on.
The nerd, right?
Hold on. He was commanded, teach the Gentiles to abstain from pollutions of idols and flesh offered to idols. Okay? From things strangled and from blood. Ain't that what we read? That's what we read.
Right.
He go and say whatever soul in the shambles eating, don't ask no questions because the earth belongs to the Most High. If an unbeliever invites you to a feast, whatever they put in front of you, eat it and don't ask no questions. Huh? We go to the Torah and the Torah like, look, if it was killed and it wasn't brought to the door of the tabernacle and the priest didn't sprinkle the blood on the altar and burn the fat on the altar,
Covered it with dirt.
and covered the blood with dirt. right? That's offered to a devil. That's what we just read in Leviticus 17, 1 through 8, and Leviticus 7, 11 through 18. And if it's make it to 3 days dead, you better not eat it. You'll be cut off. It is abomination. You're going to carry your sin for eating that. Ain't that what we just read? All right, so right. And then we got James telling Paul, look, because James know the Gentiles ain't slaughtering their flesh according to what's in the Bible. He know it. No, tell them stop eating flesh. I'm saying in my words. That's what he was saying. You understand? What else would something strangled and blood be? We've been reading all that. You got to put the blood on the altar and, you know, put the blood, cover it up with dust. And, you know that blood shall be imputed unto that man. He ain't said nothing about drinking blood. He said, tell them Gentiles to stay away from things strangled and from blood. That's flesh he's talking about. That's flesh. Because to even ritualistically kill it according to the Torah, you got to be dealing with blood. Got to be dealing with the blood. Ooh-wee. So now he decides to address this, one of the biggest assemblies he had in Corinth, because they were getting word that they supposed to be living righteously. They supposed to be living according to how Messiah said live. Gentiles. One of the things they weren't supposed to do is be eating flesh. All right? This is Paul writing to them. Now, it's touching things off of the idols. See, he's talking to them about something that came up amongst their assembly. Because the directive was they not supposed to be eating no flesh offered to no idols. Huh? All right, let's go. Verse 2.
And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet as he ought to know. But if any man love God, the same is known of him. As concerning, therefore, the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, and that there is none other God but one.
Okay, so we're talking about eating things that are sacrificed unto idols, right? He was told, hey, tell the Gentiles to stay away from things sacrificed to idols, meat offered to idols, right? This chapter should be real short. Hey, y'all stop eating that. Yeah. I got letters from Jerusalem that say we ain't supposed to be eating none of it. Right? Watch how he played with this. Watch this. Oh, so we know that an idol is nothing, meaning it ain't real. See, you gotta watch that. Well, it ain't like it's real, y'all. Like it ain't like Buddha about to get up and take his pap off. You gotta watch the parody, the funnies. Understand? With the funny imitation of something that blurs the line between obedience and transgression. You look up, you be laughing at wickedness. You understand? Oh man, we know that idol ain't real. It ain't like, even though Buddha can get up and change his pamper, you know, it ain't like, and then let your guards. Oh yeah, I must be being superstitious. That really ain't nothing. You gotta watch the funnies. You gotta watch the jokes when it come down to salvation. You understand? Because that's how certain men do that. They know what they're doing too. They blur the line. You know, it's not a clear distinction between what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do. They have you laughing at wickedness. Like, bro, that's not funny. Yeah, that's not funny. What you? Yeah, we know an idol ain't real, but why is you bringing that up? Exactly. You just supposed to be like, look, we ain't supposed to be dealing with that. Period. Right? Now watch this. Go ahead. Back on the real side. Right. And that there is none other God but one. Absolutely. Okay. Go ahead.
For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or in earth, as there be gods many and lords many.
Come on.
But to us there is but one God, and the Father, of whom are all things.
Absolutely.
And we in him, and the one Lord Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him.
Verse 7. Go ahead.
Howbeit, there is not in every man that knowledge.
Every man don't have the knowledge of our power. He's telling the believers in Corinth, everybody don't believe how we believe, that there's the Father, then there's his Son, the Messiah. All right. Remember, y'all, he's talking about things offered to idols, though. He's talking about eating things offered to idols. So he takes this long spiel.
Get him in there.
That's what he tells
He take this long spiel, like, "Ah, what is you doing? Like, just tell him you ain't supposed to be doing it. Let's get up out of here." But look at this though. Howbeit, there is not in every man that knowledge. Read this slow, right? What it say?
For some with conscience of the idol,
Meaning they're aware of this false god, right? Go ahead.
until this hour, eat it as a thing offered unto an idol.
Go ahead.
And their conscience being weak is defiled.
Look at that. He's saying like some people actually know that they are eating flesh or food offered to an idol. Shalom says flesh or food offered to an idol. Now trip off this. And he's saying their conscience being weak is defiled. So people who know that they are eating flesh offered to idols have a weak conscience. Trip off that. People that know that they are eating flesh offered to idols have a weak conscience. So what about the people that don't know they're eating food off the idols? What kind of conscience they got?
And they do it anyway.
I'm saying people that don't know. If people consciously know they are eating flesh offered to idols and they have a weak conscience, what about those who don't know they're eating flesh offered to idols? What kind of conscience do they have?
They are unconscious.
No, what kind of conscience?
They don't have no conscience.
What is he? No, I understand. Look, listen to me. He's saying those that know what they are eating and who is offered to has a weak conscience.
Yeah.
My question is, well, what about those who don't know what they eat? What kind of conscience do they have? Would it be a strong conscience? Those who don't know they're eating flesh offered to idols, what kind of conscience do they have? He's saying those that know they're eating food offered to an idol has a weak conscience. Trip off this. He used that same word in Romans 14 to call those who don't eat flesh. What do he call them? Weak. Paul is throwing those who know they are eating flesh offered to idols. He threw them in the same category as the brothers who don't eat flesh. Weak.
See?
He's comparing. Look. Hold that. Let's go and show it. Let's go show it.
Dude, over.
And then we'll come right back to 1 Corinthians 8:7. I'll go to Romans 14. I'll show you. Romans 14:1. Look at this. How you throw those who don't eat flesh at all and those who know they eating flesh offered to an idol, how you put them in the same category?
You know what I'm saying?
How does that make sense? And what about them who don't know? Romans 14.
Verse 1.
Verse 1 and 2.
Him that is weak in the faith receive ye, but not to doubtful disputations. For one believeth that he may eat all things.
Someone believe he may eat all things. There go that all again. All things. Go ahead.
Another who is weak eateth herbs.
Look at that. He's putting those who don't eat flesh, those who eat herbs or vegetables, he's calling them weak and putting them in the same boat with those who know they eating flesh offered to idols. Wow. He called them both weak.
Wow. That's crazy.
This Paul too.
Yeah, that's Paul.
Principles of conscience.
How he look? Just think about what's happening there. Okay. He's that's what I'm doing. He's saying that those who eat herbs are weak, right? Meaning they're weak in faith. Because that's what we said in verse 1. Him that is weak in faith. Receive him, but not to doubtful disputation. Don't be arguing with him. All right. This is his letter to the assembly in Rome. All right. So he's talking about those with weak faith. Verse 2. For one believeth that he may eat all things. Another who is weak eateth herbs. The weak that eateth herbs is the weak in faith he's talking about in verse 1. And when you go back to 1 Corinthians 8, he just said those who have a conscience and know they are eating flesh offered to idols, they weak too. So how are those who eat vegetables and those who eat flesh offered to idols both weak in faith.
Exactly. That's crazy.
Because they're on a different level. So they can't be the same in weakness. I mean, for us,
Then my question is, well, who is strong in faith then?
You heard me.
Who are the strong in faith?
He's putting everybody in the pot.
He eat and veggie eat.
Damn. Well, who's the strong in faith then?
We started.
Let's go back to 1 Corinthians 8. He putting everybody in the same pot.
Not separating nothing. So what did he eat?
You heard me. He eating bricks and
He called it that week too.
right.
Right. What does he eat?
Right.
Well, I got you on that one, boy.
He said eat and veggie.
Right. You eat down, you eat nerd.
You're both way. Everybody.
1 Corinthians 8 and 7. Now watch this.
Mm-hmm. Howbeit, there is not in every man that knowledge. For some with conscience of the idol until his hour, eat it as thing offered unto an idol. And their conscience being weak, it is defiled.
There it is again. So they know they eating flesh offered to an idol. They know it, right? But he's putting those, and he's calling them with having a weak conscience. He putting them and those who eat vegetables in the same boat as weak.
Crazy.
Now, watch this. Verse 8.
But meat commendeth us not to God,
Mm-hmm.
for neither if we eat are we the better.
What? Go ahead.
Neither if we eat not are we the worse.
Oh, no, Jack, that ain't what we read. What you mean? No, we read that him that eateth it shall be cut off.
You heard me?
Ain't that what we read in Leviticus?
Yes, indeed.
It is abomination. You're going to bear your iniquity eating that. It's offered to a devil or an idol if it wasn't done how we just read it. Imputed blood. So how is it that neither if we eat are we better? Neither if we eat not are we the worse. No, we are way better off not eating no flesh that's offered to idols. What you mean? What you mean we are either better or worse whether we eat or not? No, that ain't what we read. And when we read Messiah in Revelation, the 2nd chapter, one of his crimes he got against the assembly is for them eating food offered to idols. That's Revelation, the 2nd chapter. That was one of his major problems he had with his assembly. Y'all got people coming. Yeah, Messiah. Y'all sure. Yeah. Y'all got people teaching that it's okay to eat food offered to idols.
It seems like Paul's trying to ride the fence. He on both sides.
There you go. There you go.
All things.
Yeah, conflicted.
Double-minded man.
He's a double-minded. Ain't that what James said? A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
You don't want to look worse than nobody. You want
Yeah.
When you're around them, or you eat that.
Yeah.
Oh, you ain't supposed to eat that when you're around somebody who don't eat it.
Yeah.
What is you doing?
What is you doing? What is you doing? Now watch this.
How
Yeah. No, you better off not eating no. You way better off. You in good graces not eating no flesh that's offered to idols. And if it ain't done according to how we read Leviticus, it's offered to an idol. It's offered to a devil. So all the flesh, all these men eating on every feast day or every day is flesh offered to an idol.
Yes, indeed. That's right.
Why do we say that? Because when we read Leviticus 17, if it ain't done according to this process, it's offered to devils, demons, idols, false gods. If we make sense up in the chat, y'all, please give us a Yahoo up in the chat. We ain't trying to, lose nobody. Please believe that. We ain't here to lose you at all. You understand?
You know what I'm saying?
We love you enough.
Thank you, Father Yahweh, for your understanding.
Yes, indeed.
Hallelujah.
Let's get her done.
All praise and great glory and great honor be to the Most High Yahweh.
Oh, good. We got Yahoos up in the chat. All right, let's get it. Verse 9.
Get it. But take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak.
Hold on. You got liberty. Liberty to what?
Them that are weak.
I'm talking about what you got freedom to do, he's saying.
To choose.
Liberty.
You got liberty or freedom to eat flesh. But he said, watch out because you can become a stumbling block to them that are weak. Who did he call weak in here?
Everybody.
He called them. No, that's in Romans 14. In this chapter, those that are weak are those who know they're eating flesh offered to an idol. But he's saying you got liberty to eat it. But take heed, lest by any means this liberty of yours, freedom of yours, become a stumbling block to them that are weak. Who are the strong? Damn, everybody weak. Who the strong in the faith?
For real though. He is. He's trying to say he's the only one strong.
Yeah. And what liberty is he talking about? He about to tell you in the next verse. Go ahead.
For if any man see that which has knowledge sit and meet in the idol's temple, shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols?
So what? Trip off this. What are you doing in the idolatrous temple? Period.
Right. Like that's just the nerve.
Why would you even go in there?
Yeah. Like
why is you in the temple of idols eating? For if any man see you which has knowledge, knowledge of what? Knowledge of Messiah. Remember, he talking to Gentiles who claim that they follow Messiah of Nazareth, right? Wow. All right, well, if any man see you which have knowledge, knowledge of Messiah, sit at meat in the idol's temple, show not the conscience of him which is weak. Remember, the weak one was the one in this chapter. The weak one was the one that knew they was eating flesh off of the idols. So the liberty he talking about is you got liberty to actually eat flesh, idolatrous flesh, flesh offered to idols. But watch out, because the person that know what they eating and to whom it's offered to may see you eating that believe in Messiah. Mm-hmm. And then they'll be even more emboldened to say, oh, ain't no need for me to change. I can just keep eating. He claimed he believe in Messiah and he eating too. I might as well keep eating.
And that encourages them.
Exactly. Shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols? Verse 11.
And through thy knowledge shall the weak brother perish, for whom Christ died.
Y'all, he's not teaching at all what James taught him to teach. He was told in the letters to what? Tell them to abstain from pollutions of idols or meats offered to idols. Right? And her, he like, well, look, we all know an idol don't mean nothing. You know, knowledge puffeth up, and every man that ain't that knowledge. You feel me? Some men to this hour eat that flesh knowing it's offered to an idol. Like, bro, like, you know, that's not what you was told to teach. You were told to tell them to stay away from all that. Stay away from that food offered to idols. Not that you got liberty. Ain't that what verse 9 said? But take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours. What liberty? What freedom did you have to associate, to fellowship, or to eat food that was offered to idols that James gave you in Acts 15? You don't got no liberty. What you mean liberty?
Right.
Let's look on liberty. What liberty do you have?
He didn't give you no free will to eat that. He didn't give
Strong's G 1849. Exousia.
He's saying that the Gentile believer has liberty to actually eat flesh that's offered to idols only if the person who has a weak conscience don't see him eating it.
Don't what?
Don't see him eating it.
Oh,
but take heed to yourself, because if he see you sitting in the idol's temple, right? You got knowledge, you sit in the idol's temple and you're eating meat or eating the flesh, him that is weak gonna be emboldened to eat too. So what is he saying? He's saying that, look, you got liberty to eat it, but make sure nobody see you eating it.
Oh, wow.
Especially them that know what that they're eating flesh off of the idols. Wow. You can eat it, but hold on. Who the hell in the idolatrous temple? Everybody that worship idols.
Right.
So what, you just gonna be in there? You gonna sneak off into a private room and chew on something real quick? Like, what you mean?
That's the meat out of the way.
Everybody in the idolatrous temple worship them idols. So what liberty are you saying that the believer has to eat the flesh in the idolatrous temple as long as him that is weak don't see you eat it? Y'all, look, if somebody was talking like that in the streets, you'd be like, look, bro, you double tongue.
Yeah,
you
man.
you confusing me.
Yeah.
Like,
my head.
that's dog whistle politics. Yeah, you tripping hard. Like, what is you saying? Look, ain't it more clear just to say, hey, look, stay away from all that. Don't eat that. That way everybody know what they supposed to be doing. You dig? You don't come and tell somebody they got liberty that they don't have. Yeah. Where you get that at? What law is that you got liberty to eat flesh off of the idols? As long as don't nobody see you eating it. Is that in the law anywhere? No, we read him that eateth it shall be cut off. Ain't that what we read? What liberty was you given in the letters that James gave you? No. That you can eat it as long as don't nobody see you eating it. Yep. You wasn't given that. All right, so what is he doing here then? What is he teaching? Is he teaching what he's commanded? Is he teaching Torah? Or is he teaching his own thing? His own thing. He's doing his own thing. You got to call it for what it is, man. A lot of our people scared to do that, though, Roddy Rod. Like, bro, all you got to do is just examine what he's saying. And if what he's saying can be found in the Torah, then okay, that's what's up. But if it can't, you got to call it for what it is.
Try to use their own mind. Got to.
Call that for what it is.
You're going to fall short just like him.
You heard me?
Where do it say you got liberty to eat flesh off of the idols?
That's right.
It don't say it. And if it don't say it, then you swallowing everything this man say as if it's the word of the Most High. You skating on thin ice. Yep. Right. He the one not teaching what he was commanded to teach. It ain't me. We just reading it.
Right. He's supposed to teach what he's supposed to. I mean, what they taught him.
Exactly.
And he ain't
exactly.
He run off.
Did his own thing.
And y'all, this is why you got people saying. This is why. True about this. Exactly. This is why you got people saying Paul knew Messiah better than all them anyway. Because but look, you see, but they understand though. All the theologians. I heard a Negro Israelite tell me that before. When I was getting interviewed by Quanaf and them, that cat that got on at the end, he said Paul knew them better. Paul knew Messiah better than his own brother James. Paul never met the Messiah.
Right. Oh.
Like, what you mean?
Oh.
Never met him, bro.
But for men to say that is because deep down they know he's teaching some opposite than what the apostles was teaching.
And they lust for what he teaches.
Yeah.
They find loopholes.
Yeah.
And listen, anytime you run to Paul to negate the Torah, the 10, the prophets, and Messiah, Paul became your God.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I guarantee you, I've been in enough debates, I've been in enough conversations, I've been in enough back and forth, Slick Willie talk fights, you know what I'm saying, from text messages to emails to Facebook to all across social media platforms. The only place somebody run to you to go against what you talking about is somewhere in the right Paul.
Yeah.
That's what bro.
Yeah.
Especially the
hey, look. Tell me, am I lying?
Bro, we done been in so many debates. We done been in we've been around longer than a decade, ain't we, boy?
Yeah, man.
So we done been around the block more than a little bit.
I'm talking about hot.
Yeah, yeah.
Where somebody goes, like I can put a thread right now that Valley.
I'm not responding to these characters. I think those are stupid.
I'm back and forth. The only thing they do is try to run Paul to justify anything.
Exactly.
They do.
Because they own what Paul was on.
Exactly.
There it is.
And listen, when somebody tells you I become all things to all people, you gotta watch. That stuff like that should be raising the question. Well, look, not that I said it, he said it.
He said it. What you mad at me for showing?
Hey, look, what's up in there? In the shambles. Eat.
Eat. Whatever you decide to buy the meat markets, go ahead and eat it. Don't ask no question for conscience sake. Matter of fact, if a non-believer decide to invite you to a feast and you just gotta go ahead and eat whatever they put in front of you. Don't ask no question. Earth belongs to the Lord anyway.
What is that on?
Man, that nigga was right here talking. We all be looking at him like that. Hey, your man's in the your man's in the bugging, cuz. What's wrong with your people? Who you talking about? Man, your boy over there talking about eat whatever put in front of me. and don't ask no questions.
For conscience.
For conscience, because the earth belongs to the
Lord.
Lord.
Don't use my conscience prick. I told you use my conscience
Yo,
messed up right
man.
now. What is this? What that pork chop on the table? Paul said we can eat it.
Right.
For conscience.
Come on, man. I think we
He
know
went to
better.
the meat market, like, you know what I'm saying? I was talking about the brother Tony, man. They worked in meat. Everybody worked in meat. They mix that meat. A lot of that meat that you get, bro, that's like when they gut them animals, they break that stuff up, they throw that stuff on the ground, and they mix it. That's why you see bologna, it says what?
Pork,
chicken, ham, because they take what's left over, grind it and process it, and then that's what you get.
Because they don't want to throw it out.
That's what you
all
get.
together.
That's what your bleed.
Continue
That's
to make
where all
that
your
money.
extra meat come from. Your processed meat.
So I ain't got to pay for more meat to bring to them.
Bro. When you go, gyros ain't even the same. No, it used to be lamb.
Yeah.
Now it's lamb and what meat?
Right.
Beef.
Yeah.
You barely find a gyro sandwich that's pure lamb. It's lamb and beef mixed.
They mixing it all, ain't they?
Is that what they be cutting off that
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah, they're turning.
That's supposed to be lamb.
Yes.
Supposed to be lamb. He said supposed to be lamb. That wasn't doing the cut with.
Now y'all look at
Do
this.
that meat right there.
Hey, look. And now look at this, y'all. Paul claimed out of nowhere that the believing Gentile who has knowledge in the Messiah has liberty to eat flesh in idolatrous temples. Now this is liberty.
Liberty of doing as one pleases.
Oh man,
that is no word of God. Bro. God, look, we have to understand. Love is conditional.
Bring it
it's
out.
Not that unconditional stuff.
Bring it out.
If you love me, keep my commandments. Not if you love me, you at liberty to do as you please. There's no need for sin judgment or anything at that point. You can leave or permission. Amen. You can physically and mentally, powerability and strength, which one is endued, which he either possesses or exercises the power of authority, influence, or right to privilege.
Y'all see this?
Bro, listen, you're not going to walk up to God and tell him that you ain't able to do what you want. Your child can't walk up to you and say, Pops, let me do what I want to do. Well, listen, you know, the next sound you hear would be a sonic boom. That child be.
We're gonna go back to verse 9, Roddy Rod.
Let's get it.
Because Paul comes with this liberty. Now, there is no liberty or freedom to do what you choose when it comes down to flesh. We read there are stipulations on the flesh. And if it's eaten, you dig, on day 3 or beyond, it's abomination. If it ain't been brought to the door of the tabernacle and offered according to the Torah, and the priest sprinkle the blood on the altar and burn the fat on the altar, the fat, y'all, is the fat off every organ. That means that beast was what they call it, dissected, gutted, every organ pulled out, fat scraped off that sucker, and that burned on the altar. And the blood all drained out and covered by dust. If it ain't done that way, Wardell, guess what? It's flesh offered to devils or idols. That means, y'all, we can safely say every animal that is slain in this earth today and thrown down the throat of anybody is flesh offered to idols.
Yes, indeed.
That's what it is. Or devils.
Or devils.
And that's what James was telling Paul. Like, look, tell them Gentiles. Think about it. Why would he tell them that? Out of all things he could tell the Gentiles not to do, why would he allude to things strangled, blood, meat offered to idols?
That's what they were doing.
Because that's what you think going on amongst the Gentiles. And if that's meat offered to devils then, how much more now? It's more slaughterhouse in the earth today than it was then.
Listen, at these holidays, when you sit at these tables, right, for Christmas, that's offered to a whole other guy. We got that Christmas turkey and that turkey or whatever they got, the duck and turkey mix, you know. And then the Negro, he got to outdo everybody when he go out. Well, he got to have the Santa Clauses and slaves in the house.
Boy, this nigga a Lucky Charm, a leprechaun.
There's
in the front room and the doorway for it.
Hey, you say, boy, there's all in the yard. What you say, boy? There's all in the yard.
Mistletoe hanging from the dang.
Come on, man.
Bro, you got a tree that's bigger than your ceiling, bitch, halfway over.
Good night. Utter madness, man. Utter madness. 1 Corinthians 8:9. Now look at this. Now read, go to 8.
But meat commended us not to God, for neither if we eat are we the better, neither if we eat not are we the worse.
Okay, stop right there. That's a false statement. That ain't nowhere in Torah. Because what? If you eat, according to the flesh laws, if you eat that peace offering, which was killed, right? Which is considered an offering, which is considered a sacrifice. And it wasn't done that way. He that eateth it shall be cut off. Paul says, for neither if we eat are we better, neither if we eat not are we the worse. I think we way better off not eating no flesh sacrificed to devils or idols. Because guess what? We better off by the fact that we not carrying around that iniquity.
He trying to, like he say, I believe, said in the bench, he's just trying to play little.
He playing both sides. He's lukewarm. He ain't taking no hard line stance on it. He just, man, this should have been a real short chapter. Hey, stay away from all that. Didn't John say that? 1 John 5:21. Hey, John said it. 1 John 5:21. My little children, keep yourselves from idols. Amen.
Amen.
Okay.
That's it.
That look, and that was real quick. That means John obeyed what James said. That's right.
Yes, indeed.
That's
a
right.
lot of people today play both sides all the time.
Yeah.
And they don't know like what they're doing. Some of them don't even know what they're doing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But they don't even know that stinks in the nostrils of the Most High.
Right. Take a hard line stance.
And then that's
Now look at this. So remember, he talking about eating. He's saying we ain't no better or worse if we eat or we eat not. That ain't true. We read about those that eat it. That's abomination. They should bear iniquity. They should be cut off. They had blood imputed unto them. We are better off not eating.
Yes, indeed.
What you mean? Verse 9. Look at this. What it say?
But take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak.
Oh, what you mean? What liberty do you have about when it comes down to eating flesh offered to idols? This is Paul. What liberty do you have when it comes to eating flesh offered to idols? Have we read what? Was there any freedom or privilege in Leviticus chapter 17?
No, sir.
No, it wasn't. There ain't no liberty that you can eat flesh offered to idols. What about Leviticus 7? What liberty or privilege do you have to eat food offered to idols? Zero. What about Acts 15? What liberty, freedom, or privilege do you have to eat flesh offered to idols? Zero. Where he getting that from?
His own self.
His own self.
He getting that out of his own head.
That wickedness that's in his head and his heart.
So you don't have no liberty to eat food offered to idols. Of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak. All right, go ahead.
For if any man see thee, which has knowledge, sit and meet in the idol's temple, shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols?
What do you mean you got the knowledge and you at an idolatrous temple eating meats? Eating what kind of meat, brother? What you think holy meat is offered in the or being eaten in the idolatrous temple? Huh? Why are you even in there for one? Two, what trip up this? What knowledge? You got the knowledge of Mashiach. You in the idolatrous temple, sitting at meat. Huh? Okay, so that food is food offered to an idol. It ain't offered to the Most High. And you got the knowledge of Mashiach, and you in the temple of Satan eating food prepared in that temple served to you. Nah, Jack, no. No. There ain't no liberty to do that. All right, go ahead, Doc.
verse 10 again. For if any man see that which has knowledge sit and meat in the idol's temple, shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols? And through thy knowledge shall the weak brother perish for whom Christ died? But when ye sin so against the brethren and wound their weak conscience, ye sinned against Christ.
So he's saying you can eat it as long as don't nobody see you eat.
Nobody see you. That's crazy.
Eat it behind closed doors.
Dang. That's
Because
crazy.
you got liberty to eat it. You just got to make sure don't nobody see you eat
The Most High.
it. Exactly.
With the Most High.
Exactly. Sis.
You ain't hiding. from nobody.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Who you hiding from?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the one that's going to judge you.
Right. So it seemed like his fear is more for the person that's looking at you and not the Most High.
There you go.
He tripping because he ain't even saying what you saying. Well, hold on. You do know that since you keep saying the earth is the Lord's, you know his eyes are in every place.
Exactly.
You know, so you know he's seeing you if you eating it. He's saying, look, eat it. You got liberty to eat it. Just make sure don't nobody see you eat it. Make sure him that is weak don't see you eating it. Come on, man, that's off. And everybody know that. Now look at this, verse 13.
Wherefore, if meat make my brother to offend, I will eat no flesh while the world stands.
Well, hold them to it. That making your people offend and stumble out here.
Yeah.
Hold the brothers that worship Paul and pull Paul out. Hold them to 1 Corinthians 8 and 13. Wherefore, if meat make my brother to offend, I'm offended. You over there chewing on that dead flesh.
You heard me?
Paul said, I will eat no flesh while the world standeth. You gonna take that same vow, brother?
You heard me?
You gonna take that same vow, sister? Because you keep pulling Paul to justify you can eat or to justify him going against what James said. Right? Well, Paul also said, if meat offends my brother, I won't eat it no more. Well, I'm offended. How about that? And he said he ain't gonna eat it as long as the world standeth. Hold every Paul believer and everybody that pulled Paul to justify that flesh, hold him 1 Corinthians 8 and 13. That's what he said.
Hold him too.
I smelled some flesh the other day, boy, and got dizzy. Said, man, I need to go outside, man. I can't. Yeah, I gotta go outside, bro. Where your keys at? Where your keys at? We gonna get some. Yeah,
I ain't have the sauteed food together. So we had like 45 minutes on the hour.
Yeah, I wanted some sauteed veggies. Doing some bread and all that. Boy, I smelled that. As soon as I got up and I smelled all that flesh, boy, about passed out. Yeah. I'm going outside.
I got sick to the stomach.
Yeah, I can't be doing all that, man. But look, hold on to 1 Corinthians 8 and 13. I will eat no flesh while the world standeth, lest I make my brother to offend.
Just got caught in another claymore. That one.
Look at that. So hold it.
So you taking a stand right here.
Yeah. So, but the thing is this: well, hold everybody that come against what we saying to that. Paul said that if it offends my brother, I won't eat as long as the world stand. Ask every brother and sister that wanted to run to Paul to justify eating flesh. Stand on that. He said that you gonna stand on it because chewing on dead flesh offends me. He just gave us a claymore.
You know what I'm saying?
He gave us a bomb.
You heard me?
Nehemiah, you got something to say, big homie. Go ahead.
Oh,
I read in verse 12. Verse 12 said, but when ye sin so against the brethren and wound their weak conscience, ye sin against Christ. Wherefore, if meat make my brother to offend, it's like you would offend Christ, I will eat no more while the world stands. As I offend my brother to offend, as I make my brother to offend, aka sin against Christ.
You know what I'm saying?
And I think that should be backed up with that script about James, when you know to do good and do not.
Let's do it.
Count it sin against you.
Yes, indeed.
Let's do it.
That's how you witness that. So, we're right back up for the order of James.
Order, no, man.
Order Messiah. That James.
Yeah, I know. I just know Millie Mouth Negro.
Yeah, you right.
Yeah, I just know Millie.
I know it. That boy found that one book in the Bible called James.
Oh. Oh, good. Yeah, man, a lot of double talking, man. A lot of double talking, a lot of back and forth. You understand? But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. All praise to the Most High.
All praise to
Now
that.
we got to make sure we bring the brothers and sisters up in prayer this evening as well. Our brother Quanaf, FOPE, his son got a tumor. A tumor on his brain. Big, so we gonna touch and agree to see that sucker destroyed.
Yes, indeed.
You know what I mean? Also, our Joseph Evans, him and his wife and their unborn child. The doctors is talking about the child may be born with Down syndrome or something like that because it's too much fluid on the brain. They go back for tests. They go back for tests Monday. So we gonna touch and agree that, you know, to see an outcome that we desire, which is a healthy son or daughter of Zion. You understand? So yeah, we gonna definitely light the spirit realm up. We in prayers this evening. We ain't playing no games, right, Rod? You understand? Definitely believe in the power of prayer. You dig? And now more than ever, y'all. You dig? This is where we at. It's time to get it done. Out of all the book knowledge, whatever, you can have all that, whatever. When it's time to go ahead and come against the adversary, we need to be busting shots. We need to be declaring war on the kingdom of darkness. All right. I told the brother, rejoice and believe. All right, we're gonna focus on the outcome we want. You understand? We gonna focus on it. We gonna concentrate on that. You dig? And how that's gonna make us feel when we come back and when they get back from the doctor and we get the results we want. You know what I mean? Focus on that feeling right there.
Yes, indeed.
That feeling right there is what you need to draw to you the reality that you want. If a mustard seed, the faith of a mustard seed moves mountains, that means you got the right to decide what outcome you want in a situation. You got a right to decide it. You just got to believe.
So that you think.
Right. So is he. James 4:17. Therefore, to him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin. Sin ain't just, it is sin. If you know to do righteous or good and you don't do it, that's sin. So that's just not technically what's written down. You understand? Because the Most High deal with every last one of us. He may tell you that he may move on you to do something righteous and you ignore him. You understand? That's sinful because you're denying or refusing or blocking the voice of the Almighty. Right? Once you get the word from the Most High, regardless if it's written in the book or not, you may get the word from the Almighty to call that person or, you know, bless the next person or, you understand? Do what's righteous, right? Because the Most High deal with every last one of us. You know when he's inspiring you or moving you to do something, get it done. Get it done. Abraham heard his voice. It wasn't even nothing written down. He heard his voice and moved. Noah heard his voice, made a move. Joseph interpreted a dream, wasn't nothing written down, made a move. You know what I'm saying? Messiah said, I always heard his voice and do the things that please him. Heard his voice, made a move.
Told them you have never heard.
Yeah, I've heard his voice. You ain't never heard it. You see what I'm saying? Like all the great men of renown, they heard the Most High's voice and made that move. Right? The word of the Most High came to me saying, all the prophets heard his voice. You understand? The Most High been speaking to every last one of us before we can remember. You understand? We just got to stop. We got to stop blocking his voice or ignoring him. You know what I'm saying? You know when it's him because it be something righteous. You know what I mean? And you,
I said when you do ignore it, things don't go right.
No, it don't.
It don't.
Yeah.
People don't even know that. Like when you do ignore it, it don't go right.
Yeah, at all. Every time I ignore the voice of the Most High, I later regret it. So I should have listened to my first voice. That first voice is that spirit of the Almighty.
That point on, you walking in sin.
Yeah.
If you don't repent,
Yeah.
say, Father,
Yeah.
I'm supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Is it considered witchcraft? When you don't?
It's rebellion.
Right.
Yeah. All praises.
All right, so we see that if you know to do good and don't do it, it is sinful. We see that, right? All right, we're going to read some of the Clementine homilies and get on about her. We got more, y'all. We're going to save all that for tomorrow, though. We got more, all right? Now, for y'all don't know, the Clementine homilies is Peter's journal. All right, it's Peter's journal. First century documentation. All right. All right, first century documentation. Share that real quick. Let's get it. We're going to start on page. Hold on, y'all. I got you. You know, I got you. I got you. All right. That's right, brother. We going to page 154. King of Kings, Master of Masters. You dig? All right, this right here is called the theory of disease. All right, and what Peter see, and the reason why we are commanded to stay away from food offered to idols, because we're not realizing that by doing that we come into fellowship with Satan himself. Yeah. We come into fellowship with the adversary himself. That's why you when you read and heard, you see Peter was going around healing the sick, but not before he taught them. Not before he taught them about what they were doing to bring that sickness upon themselves. And he always brought up the food. Y'all eating flesh. Y'all eating dead flesh.
That's real flesh right there. It's offered to idols on the devil. And it's causing you harm.
That's right. And it's actually destroying you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You got to realize what you put in your body that's causing your sickness. You
know what I'm saying? Exactly.
That's just common sense.
Yeah.
We think
so. This right here is homily 9, chapter 12. Homily 9, chapter 12. All right. All right, you got it, Ready Rod? Let's get it. Let's get it, big bro.
Whence many, not knowing how they are influenced, consent to the evil thoughts suggested by the demons, as if they were reasoning of their own souls. Wherefore they become less active to come to those who are able to save them, and do not know that they themselves are held captive by the deceiving demons.
So letting you know that a lot of our people don't understand they are actually bound by these suckers. And they've been in agreement with them so long they think it's normal. You understand? Straight up. And a lot of this y'all is food born. We willingly subjugate ourselves to these dark forces through that dead flesh. See, HonorandHumility came out like 6 months ago, like, hey, look, y'all, we about to take a hard line stand. There's gonna be a whole bunch of people mad. Or put down that strong drink, stop smoking, stop chewing on that dead animal flesh. You know what I mean? Because I have been studying this for a little minute. I'm like, bro, it's time to come on outside with that. You know, whoever don't like it, they'll be all right. I love you enough to tell you, go ahead and get yourself together. You feel me? So notice that. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Therefore, the demons who lurk in their own souls induce them to think that it is not a demon that is distressing them.
Right. You think it's not a demon that's distressing you. See? Like, look, we look at these sicknesses as medical things. Y'all, these are spiritual sicknesses. Spiritual sicknesses. Go ahead, Hebrew.
But a bodily disease.
That's the trick of a demon, to have you thinking, look, it ain't a demon, it's just a bodily disease. So then you be all at the medical doctors getting jacked up on prescription meds and all that. No, that's the trick of the devil. See, if you knew really what was causing the problem, you attack it different. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, Doc.
Such as some
acrid matter,
or bile,
or what?
Or bile.
Go ahead.
Or phlegm.
Or phlegm. You know that phlegm you be coughing, that yellow stuff you be coughing up out of your chest. Look, Peter's saying, look, the demon got you convinced that that's just some bodily disease. No, those are unclean spirits in you. Okay. Dang. Come out of me. Yes, see? See? Look at that. Or bile, or phlegm. Go ahead.
Or excess of blood.
Go ahead.
Or inflammation of the membrane.
Or inflammation, the swelling of a membrane. Go ahead.
Or something else.
Look at this. See, though, so James and them were led by the Spirit of the Most High to teach these things. hey, tell them Gentiles to stay with them things offered to idols or meat offered to idols, blood, things strangled, and fornication, because they knew the main way that the devil is dominating not only the Israelite nation, but the Gentile nations. You understand? It's through, first and foremost, what we allow in our mouth, and second, sexual misconduct. You understand? Unlawful sexual acts.
That's going to take you out for abominable meats and get that unlawful sex going.
You know what I'm saying? These are the main things that allow. See, the demons don't come into you and over control you. Satan don't do that either. This ain't the poltergeist where your head just automatically starts spinning around. You open, it's like somebody ring that door and you open that. Who is it? And niggas, you know, it's Legion and all my homeboys. And you say, oh, okay, man, people, men, and open up that door. That's what you're doing when you put certain things within your vessel, you dig, and consenting to a low sexual morality, or low sexual conduct. Sex outside of marriage. That's what that fornication, that's what that is called, for whoredom. You understand? These food and whoredom is the main way demons dominate man. That's why he was telling food offered to idols. You got to stop that, because you're agreeing to be in subjugation to Satan himself. You look at it, it really don't matter. It does matter. That's why they talk that. Peter is going deeper into it now. He going deeper into it because Peter was there. Peter was there when James told Paul, teach this among the Gentiles. We got Peter's records right here. He taught that. Peter understood. This Peter right here.
Oh, okay.
The Clementine homilies is Peter's journal. Ask yourself why I ain't make it in the book. Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah. Ask yourself why they ain't make it in the Bible. And everybody know about it. Yeah.
Separated.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
The Roman authorities did, because this goes against the agenda of Rome.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like the Roman Empire can identify more with what Paul is saying. For one, Paul's a Roman citizen, right? Two, about this. Two, he ain't really putting no discipline on you.
Right. So,
You can eat whatever you want. Just believe.
Let nobody see.
You know what I mean? Long nobody see you.
Nobody
Yeah.
don't see you.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to be a believer following what he say, but with this, it's discipline. Yeah, and that's why when it came down to collecting all the writings that was out, they sided majority with Paul. Why do you think Paul's letters make up the majority of the New Testament? That was by a decree that went forth.
The New Testament.
Yeah, before it wasn't officially the New Testament to 300 and something AD. When the councils start being held, and they start bringing in all the letters that were circulating out there and deciding what we gonna say by Roman authority is authorized and what we gonna reject. They rejected most of the Messiah's teachings and most of his disciples. Why you think Paul, a man that never met Messiah, his letters make up the majority of the New Testament? Ain't that suspect?
Very suspect.
That's suspect.
Because they wanted Paul out there because they didn't want to go with the Messiah.
Yeah, and so back to what I said earlier. You understand? His movement was hijacked.
Yes, sir.
His movement was hijacked. You dig? Because there was no such thing as a New Testament to the 4th century. You know what I mean? 4th century is the 300s. 300 years after the Messiah was on this earth. That's when they started holding out the church councils and deciding what was authorized according to the Roman Empire and what was heretical. Most of the Nazarene teachings was called heretical. Heretical, meaning it's not authorized by Rome. It's not accepted by Rome.
Wow.
What was accepted is the majority of Paul's writings. His writings make up the majority of the New Testament.
And it wasn't because he was a Roman citizen.
Yeah.
It was because of the teaching that they allowed that they was really to accept.
I'm saying all that's part of it. You understand? I mean, look, it don't hurt. It don't hurt him none. The fact that he a Roman citizen, it helped him.
Yeah.
I mean, in their decision making, that's more easy for them to go with. He a Roman citizen. Hell, he's connected to the Herodians, who are our tax collectors, and his doctrine, basically accommodates our lifestyle.
So they wrap that around.
Yeah, that's by divine decree, though. Like, you understand? That's by divine decree, meaning somebody who was sitting in authority decided what was going to be authorized and what wasn't going to be authorized. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you dealing back in the day to where men will kill you. Once it's been agreed upon by the authorities that this is what's going to be taught, and anybody that's teaching outside of that, you be labeled a heretic and hunted down. Yeah.
And that's why they killed the Messiah.
Yeah, exactly. So when I say that this right here is older than the New Testament, that's what I mean, because the New Testament wasn't agreed upon until it wasn't started to be agreed upon until the 4th century. This goes back to the 1st century. Few decades after the Messiah was on this earth. This is Peter's right. This is Peter's job. Yeah.
Raw teaching right here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's older than the New Testament.
Just like raw vegetables and fruit.
You heard me?
This is raw eating.
You heard me?
So
yes,
raw teaching desires raw eating.
Yes, get it.
Exactly.
Let's maintain.
Let's get it.
Yes, sir. But even if this were so, the case would not be altered or it's being a kind of demon.
Hold on. He said, but even if it was phlegm or inflammation or bile or acrid matter, even if it were so, the case would not be altered of it being a kind of demon. You know what I mean? So he's saying that all the sicknesses and inflammations and things that happen within man, excess of blood and all that, it still has demonic origin behind it. Based off us free, willingly allowing them in. See, that's why stay away from things offered to idols. Stay away from meats offered to idols, because you're agreeing to bring yourself into bondage of an unclean spirit. All right, go ahead.
For the universal and earthly soul, which enters on account of all kinds of food.
Of all kinds of what?
Food.
All kinds of food. Go ahead.
Being taken to excess by overmuch food is itself united to the spirit as being cognate, which is the soul of man, as the material part of the food being united to the body, is left as a dreadful poison to it.
Left as a dreadful poison.
Wherefore, in all respects, moderation is excellent.
He said, boy, you better have that body under control and be disciplined. You better have that stomach under control. Yeah. You ain't supposed to be out here just throwing for one flesh down your throat or just be eating whatever. Yeah. You're being a glutton. Because in that, you're opening up the door to these unclean forces. Them spirits feed on what you put in your body. Yeah. Now, chapter 13, deceits of demons. Go ahead.
But some of the maleficent demons deceived in another way. For at first they do not even show their existence, in order that care may not be taken against them. But in due time, by means of anger, love, or some other affection, they suddenly injure the body.
They injure the body, boy. Go ahead.
By sword, or halter, or precipice.
Go ahead.
Or something else. And at last bring to punishment the deceived souls of those who have been mixed up with them, as we said, withdrawing into the purifying fire. But others who are deceived in another way do not approach us. Do not approach us. Being seduced by the instigations of maleficent demons, as if they suffered these things at the hands of the gods themselves, on account of the neglect of them, and were able to reconcile them by sacrifice.
Oh, wow. Go ahead.
And that is not needful to come to us, but rather to flee from and hate us. And at that same time, they hate and flee from those who have greater compassion for them, and who follow after them in order to do good to them.
Go ahead.
More tricks of these suckers. Demons. After you done let them in.
Therefore, shunning and hating us, they are deceived, not knowing how it happens that they devise things opposed to their help. For neither can we compel them against their will to incline towards help, since now we have no such power over them, nor are they able of themselves understand the evil instigation of the demon.
Talking about those that withstand this pure, healthy teaching that we coming with now. Teaching about they stay away from that dead flesh, stop throwing it down your throat, stay away from that strong drink, stay away from that smoke. You understand? Ain't like we can control somebody else's will. You understand? But these are more tricks of the day, because when we say that, even if they don't say nothing back verbally, in their mind, they're speaking against what we're saying. You understand? And Peter's saying that's another trick of the devils, of the demons. You understand? That's in conversation with you. Because think about it. Why would you, especially in the days of coronavirus, why would anybody in their right mind be against what we're saying? Why would anybody in their right mind? If anything, what we talking about will help you sustain or build up a defense against any of that that's sent out here. Because these heathens are playing and manipulating with bugs. You understand? Viruses, germs, right? So for us telling you to stay away from these things that's destroying the vessel of the Most High, because it lowers your defense. You understand? Why would anybody in their right mind be against that? You see what I'm saying?
When they get that injection, they're in their wrong mind.
That's what I'm saying. So but that's at the instigation of a devil. Yes, indeed. They having a conversation with somebody. That's the point. Yeah, absolutely. They do. They do. Absolutely. I'm saying, like, but the people that are against us are having a conversation. Demons are persons without bodies. Yeah, I realize it. They spirits. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So they're persons without bodies. So yeah, they having conversations. You know, as if what we're saying is evil. And this is what Peter's going over. Go ahead.
And these are they whom the demons affright, appearing in such forms as they please. And sometimes they prescribe remedies for those who are deceived. And thus they receive divine honors from those who have previously been deceived.
And sometimes the demons trick them. Feel me? Come with a remedy. And then through that receive honor. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's wild with that.
Gotta watch you receiving healing from too. Go ahead. Yeah.
And they concealed from many that they are demons, but not from us, who know their mystery. And why they do these things, changing themselves in dreams against those over whom they have power. And why they terrify some and give oracular responses to others, and demand sacrifices from them.
Man, we keep reading about the sacrifices. Yeah, that's the flesh.
Yep.
That's what we've been talking about all class. That's the flesh.
Indeed.
Man,
yeah. That's how we know Most High don't want your sacrifice. He wants you to obey him.
Straight up.
He don't want victims. That's what we call sacrifices, flesh sacrifices. Victims. Those animals are victims.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
And command them to eat with them.
And command them to what?
Eat with them.
Sacrifices, then to eat. Table fellowship.
Yep.
Can't eat with everybody. All right, go ahead.
That they may swallow up their souls.
Go ahead.
For as dire serpents draw sparrows to them by their breath, so also these draw to their own will those who partake of their table.
Who partake of their who?
Table.
That's that table fellowship. No, everybody can't cook for you. No. You can't eat with everybody. No. You men that's out here, that's out here dating, and you better question them women. You need to know all their beliefs, what they into. You understand? Don't just be so quick to come over for some dinner she could. You don't know what she doing. You gotta really, really be circumspect about who you eat with and who cook for you, because you don't know what's going on. All right, and
what
you,
they putting in there.
yeah, right, exactly. And by that, you come into fellowship or table fellowship with devils.
That's how they get power over you, because you willingly came over and sat down. You feel me? And allow someone to prepare something for you like that.
And they can have power over you.
They will have power over you. That's how they get power.
With them at that
Yeah, you eating with them. You eating with them. So this person that's cooking for you, could be off as hell in their spirit. And you just like, you ain't looking at it like that. You just like, I'm hungry, you know, whatever. Right. Trying to get something to eat, long day at work. But what if she is completely off?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. What if she out here casting spells?
Yeah,
cutting roots? Right. You understand? No, you got to watch that. So also, these draw to their own will those who partake of their taste.
Partake of their taste. Being mixed up with their understanding by means of food and drink.
By means of who?
Food and drink.
See, so the Nazarenes know exactly what they're talking about. Starting back with Messiah, what he passed to his brother James, Peter, all the disciples. The reason why the order went out for no one to eat food offered to idols, blood, things strangled, and fornication, because on a deeper level, they understood by these things is how you willingly subject yourself to the kingdom of darkness.
Yes, indeed.
What I say, it makes sense, bro?
Yes, indeed.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So everybody need to be circumspect about who cooks for them.
Yeah.
You understand? Straight up, especially if any brothers fancy themselves as single and out here on this market and, oh, what's up, girl? You cook? Right. Tired of going to the fast food spots. You know what I mean? What you cooking tonight, boy? You better watch out. You don't know what that woman into. You don't know what she into. All right. So look at that. Being mixed up with their understanding by what means of food and drink.
Changing themselves in dreams according to the forms of the images, that they may increase error. For the image is neither a living creature, nor has it a divine spirit, but the demon that appeared abused the form.
Not sure about this. The image, right, is the idol. But notice, it said it's not a living creature and ain't got a divine spirit. But sure about this. A demon is attached to it. But the demon that appeared abused. Let me go to the next. Wait. And trip off how you erring. You think this is the image of God when man is the image of the Most High.
That's right. That's right.
An image of God made he them, male and female. You understand? Now how you setting up any type of image, talking about this, the image of some type of, the image of the divine, when you the image of the divine. That's how silly it is to have an idol up. What do you got an idol up for? No, the one that made it is the image of the Most High. Make sense?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Op.
How many, in like manner, have been seen by others in dreams, and when they have met one another, went away, and compared them with what they saw in their dream, they have not accorded it, so that the dream is not manifestation, but it is either the production of a demon or of the soul.
Oh, wait, I heard that, boy.
The manifestation. Giving forms to present fears and desire. For the soul, being struck with fear, conceives forms and dreams. But if you think that images, as being alive, can accomplish such things, place them on a beam accurately balanced, and place an equipoise in the other scale. Then ask them to become either heavier or lighter. And if this be done, then they are alive. But it does not so happen. But if it were so, this would not prove them to be gods. For this might be accomplished by the finger of the demon. Even maggots move.
Even who?
Maggots move.
Even maggots move. Go ahead.
Yet they are not called gods.
Chapter 16, powers of the demons. Go ahead.
But that the soul of each man embodies the forms of demons after his own preconceptions, and that those who are called gods do not appear, is manifest from the fact that they do not appear to the Jews. But someone will say, how then do they give oracular responses, forecasting future things? This also is false.
Dealing with your prognosticators. Remember Miss Cleo back in the day? You know what I mean? And sometimes some of the stuff they say is true. He say this is also false. Go ahead.
But suppose it were true, this does not prove them to be gods. For it does not follow, if anything prophesies that it is a god. For pythons prophesy, yet they are cast out by us as demons and put to flight. But someone will say, they work cures for some person. It is false. But suppose it were true. This is no proof of Godhead, for physician also heal many, yet are not God.
Straight up. So stop being gullible.
Yes, sir. That's all it's saying.
That's what stop being gullible. You dig? Go ahead.
But says one, physicians does not completely heal those of whom they take charge, but these heal oracularly. But the demons know the remedies. They are suited to each disease. Wherefore, being skillful physicians and able to cure those diseases which can be cured by men, and also being prophets and knowing when each disease is healed of itself, they so arrange their remedies that they may gain the credit of producing the cure.
Go ahead. Reasons why their deceits are not detected.
Well, why do they oracularly foretell cures after a long time? And why, if they are almighty, do they not effect cures without administering any medicine? And for what reasons do they prescribe remedies to some of those who pray to them, while to some, and it may be more suitable cases, they give no responses? Thus, whenever a cure is going to take place spontaneously, they promise in order that they may get the credit of the cure. And others, having been sick and having prayed and having recovered, spontaneously attributed to the cure to those whom they have had invoked and make offerings to them. Those, however, who after praying have failed are not able to offer their sacrifices.
There go them sacrifices again, boy. Go ahead.
But if the relatives of the dead or any of the children inquired into the losses, you would find the failure to be more than the success.
Straight up. Straight up. They out here, boy, catching L's. Dang. He said the failures are more than the success.
Right.
We can't say the same about our mighty one, boy.
You know what I'm saying? But
nothing but W's.
But no one who has been taken in by them is willing to exhibit an accusation against them. That is true. Through shame or fear. But on the other hand, they conceal the crimes which they believe them to be guilty of.
To be guilty of.
That is true. Yeah.
Sure, break it off, Roddy Rod. What you seeing over there, boy?
Man, it's just like them doctors, man.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Well, they kill a lot. And yet, like the people, like you just said, they'll have shame if they talk against the doctor that's giving them the so-called remedies. But it's like they got their shame and their fear. You know what I'm saying? To not speak up against. You know what I'm saying?
Real talk.
Yep.
Nehemiah, talk to us out. Sunflower seeds, boy. That bro over there, boy, got the cup out.
No demons.
Sunflower, that's right. No demons. Huh?
And then on this one part where it says through the shame or fear, but on the other hand, they conceal the crime, and which they believe them to not to be guilty of. But it's like, yeah, that's fact. They ain't nothing but them doctors you see nowadays in this Western allopathic type style of the medical system. You know what I'm saying? They kill manies with the remedies and all that stuff. And sometimes some people don't even be needing all that extra stuff.
Right.
So with that being said, they cover their crime.
They do it just because of the money.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Man,
it might not even be what they even need to be.
You know what I'm saying? Yep.
They prescribe anything just to get paid.
Yep.
I'm like, man, why aren't you taking all this medicine? I trust my doctor. And I said, so doctor's your Lord.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm talking to my sister. You know, you know, I think she went as far as, I don't really want to say, because it's been a while since I asked her that. My doctor's my guy.
I ain't say that.
God.
Good night.
Yep. And then it says, but no one who has been taken in by them is willing to exhibit accusations against them.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That's like what you're saying, having with your like with your sis. You're saying like they just giving her all that poison, and she like, yeah.
15 bottles of pills.
Yep.
15 bottles of pills. 15 pills in a bottle, or 15
And
bottles of
that's
pills.
just, you know, off the top of the head, thinking I ain't counting on.
Yeah.
But I'm at least 15.
Good night. Here, let's jump back to page 144. And then I got one thing or two things I'm gonna read in the Nazarene Acts. We're gonna go ahead and pray out, bro.
Yep.
Go back to page 144, the Clementines. We're gonna read about these giants right here. And y'all, again, the whole thing about not eating food offered to idols is not just because the Most High told you, like told you so. Stay away from it. There's a reason behind it. You understand? Eating that. Look, if we understand now that all the flesh everybody chewing on is offered to devils or idols because it was not offered up based off the prescription in the scriptures. And even if it, I mean, we playing by their rules because they want to deal with the flesh laws.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Based off what's written down, everything you chewing on is offered to an idol.
Yes, indeed.
You understand? Because it was not done according to what we read in the flesh laws. You say you can eat this, according to the flesh. This is the flesh you can eat. And this is the flesh you can't eat. This is the flesh you can't eat. But you don't go to the other chapters and say, okay, that flesh that you can eat, that you hunt, or you catch, or you kill, they got to get brought to the door of the tabernacle. They got to be given to the priest, whether you in the camp or outside the camp. The priest got to gut it, take all the organs out, take the fat off the organs, burn that on the altar, the fat, put the blood on the altar. You understand? As a sweet savor to the Most High. Pour all your, drain the blood of that slaughtered beast in the dirt and then cover it up with the dirt. And that day that it is slain, it is offered. Called a sacrifice, called a peace offering. Must be eaten that day. If it's a voluntary offering, you can eat the leftovers the second day. If it make it to the third day, it got to get burned. Right? Trip off this. If anybody eat of it, so you ain't even got the argument to say, well, I didn't kill it, but you eating it though. Anybody eating it from the third day and beyond, that's abomination. All right? You have to bear or carry your iniquity. You are a murderer, and you're going to be cut off. That you no longer bring your offerings or sacrifice or kill any flesh to devils.
Exactly. It's simple as possible.
All right? So all the flesh that's being slaughtered in the earth today is offered to devils.
Yes, indeed.
Dead flesh is an offering. Dead flesh is a sacrifice. We went over it, right? So we jump over to Acts 15. We see James give the overseas directives to the overseas communities that want to follow Mashiach. The order is this: stay away from meat offered to idols or pollution of idols, things strangled, blood, and fornication. As we read deep into first century writings of Peter and all them, we see why the Most High commanded these men to teach this. You know why? Because dealing with any of that, you willingly subjugate yourself to demons.
Yes, sir.
Willingly.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
Oh,
it makes sense now. So when we read that, it's like, okay, well, that means James and all them was in line with the Torah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Then we go read some of Paul. Paul say, look, whatever sold in shambles or the meat markets, eat it and don't ask no questions for conscience sake, because the earth is the Lord's. Mm-hmm. Oh, you got liberty to eat flesh or flesh offered to an idol, but just make sure don't nobody see you.
That alone sounds.
Where is that at in everything we read? Nowhere. Do you see Peter talking about you got liberty? No.
Peter taking a stand.
There you go. And he's saying, look, this is how the demons get up in you. It's through that sacrifice. I mean, you've been eating at the table of devils. He's standing on it. He's teaching what James and them said teach. Because he was there when Paul was told, look, this is what you're supposed to be teaching. Now Peter's out amongst the Gentiles. He's out. He ain't in Jerusalem when he's doing this. He in Tripoli and all that. And Tyre and Sidon. Everywhere he go, he brings the same message. And the reason we are commanded to teach y'all to stay away from the flesh and the blood. Because remember, the flesh got to get poured. I mean, the flesh got to get killed, and then the blood go on the altar and in the ground. James says, stay away from things strangled and from blood. You gotta ask yourself, what is the blood? The life. The blood is the life, right? But notice, it don't never mention nothing about it, because some people think, oh, that's talking about like, drinking blood. No. And hell no, you ain't supposed to be drinking blood, but it's the blood that comes from that flesh.
The one that's strangled.
Yes. The one that's strangled. Dang, son. All right, so we reading about the giants. We're gonna read that and the chapter under that about cannibalism. All right. Now watch this.
But from their unhallowed intercourse, spurious men sprang, much greater in stature than ordinary men.
You talking about these giants, Hebrew? We know about the fallen angels and all that.
Yeah.
You see, first century documentation, Peter is acknowledging what you read in Enoch and all that. He acknowledges what they digging up in the earth. Some people don't believe it, not our problem. And I promise you don't believe it, right? Now watch this. Go ahead.
Much greater in stature than ordinary men, whom they afterwards called giants. Not those dragon-footed giants who waged war against God, as those blasphemous myths of the Greeks do sing, but wild in manner and greater than men in size, is as much as they were sprung of angels, yet less than angels, as they were born of women.
Come on.
Therefore, God, knowing that they were barbarized to brutality, and that the world was not sufficient to satisfy them, for it was created according to the proportion of men and human use.
Yeah, the world was created based off our proportion. Not no giants, not the mixture of angels and women. You understand? Go ahead.
That they might not through want of food turn contrary to nature to the eating of
Hold on. That they, look, even when it came to the giants, he was like, Most High didn't even want them to turn contrary to nature, to the eating of animals. Contrary to nature, to the eating of animals.
The giants.
Yeah. But trip off the contrary to nature.
Contrary.
Against nature.
Against nature.
To eat animals. It's against nature to eat flesh, brother.
That's not natural.
That's not natural. Eating flesh is not natural. Peter just teaching what Messiah taught him. It's not natural to eat flesh. What do you think is natural? It's not natural. It's not. He just said they had a barbarized nature. And he said so that they, the giants, wouldn't turn contrary to nature to the eating of animals. Look what he did. Go ahead.
To the eating of animals yet seem to be blameless, as having ventured upon this through necessity. The Almighty God rained manna upon them, suited to their various tastes.
Trip off that. He gave manna to the giants first, not Israel in the wilderness. He gave it to the giants first because he didn't want them to start doing things that were unnatural, like chewing on animals. He gave them manna. And guess what manna is? Manna tastes like whatever you want it to taste like. You want it to taste like some Skittles, it's going to taste like some Skittles, brother.
But it wasn't flesh.
It wasn't flesh. He gave them manna at first, so they wouldn't chew on flesh, because chewing on flesh is not natural. That's what they're saying.
Suitable to their desire.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So they wouldn't eat flesh. Now look at this. Go ahead.
And they enjoyed all that they would. But they, on account of their bastard nature.
What kind of nature?
Bastard nature.
What kind of nature, Roddy Rod?
Bastard nature.
Illegitimate nature. Their nature did what?
Not being pleased with purity of food.
Not being pleased with the manna that tasted how you wanted it to taste. Go ahead.
Long only after the taste of blood.
Long only after the taste of who?
Blood.
Stay away from things strangled and from
blood.
Ain't that what James said?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, well, Peter's teaching about the giants wasn't pleased with the purity of food. They wasn't pleased with Genesis 1:29. They long after the taste of blood. What the next part say?
Wherefore they first tasted flesh.
The giants were the first ones to introduce the tasting of dead flesh into this earth. Giants.
The giants.
But they didn't. It must have been in their spirit because they didn't taste it. Their first food was manna, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they wasn't pleased with it. See that? Not being pleased with purity of food. They wasn't pleased. They wanted flesh. You see? So it's not natural to eat flesh. Eating flesh is a learned behavior. And it was learned by the bastard offspring of the angels and the women.
And the women mixed in the earth.
Yeah, and produced giants. And the giants were the first ones to taste flesh. Blood.
First taste flesh.
Yeah. Now this is lining right up with Acts 15. Acts 15, James told Paul what? Teach the Gentiles to stay away from things strangled, which is flesh, blood, another illusion of flesh, meat offered to idols, more flesh. They were commanded to be. Why? Because it's not natural to be chewing on flesh.
Not natural at all.
Bastard nature.
If y'all understand that it was the giants the first to eat flesh in the earth, give me a 9 up in the chat. Y'all know we ain't trying to lose nobody. We ain't trying to lose nobody, North Carolina. Oh, wait, give me a 9 up in the chat. Give me a 9 up in the chat if you understand. It is not natural to eat flesh, that the giants were the first ones to eat flesh. Man learned it from them.
Indeed.
Cannibalism. Oh, hold on. So cannibalism is chewing on man. Hold on, the giant were the first one to eat flesh, and we talking about animals. What's the next step, boy? There. Oh, we. No, we. Living souls. There you go, Nehemiah. Let's read that right there. Chapter 16. What is it?
And the men who were with them there for the first time were eager to do the like.
See, men learned it from the giants. The men that was there with the giants, they were eager to do what they was doing. Like, we finna try that.
Let me taste that.
Let me chase that turkey wing. Chicken wing. You like got them from the giants. It's not natural to eat flesh. Stay away from flesh and blood, right? All right, go ahead.
Thus, although we are born neither good nor bad, we become one or the other.
Come on.
And having formed habits, we are with difficulty drawn from them. But when irrational animals fell short, these bastard men tasted also human flesh.
Oh, you mean tell me cannibalism is the next step? Men don't know that you that close to eating, you that close. You understand? To eating a man.
That's just a stepping stone.
A breathing soul.
Well, what you think an animal is? Animals are living soul.
That's a living soul.
Yeah. That's what you chewing on.
What's that movie? Remember that airplane movie when they got stranded on the airplane? All the people they had died, and then they started eating the people to stay alive.
Wow.
I ain't never seen that movie.
I ain't never seen that.
Man, that movie. I can't think of the name of it.
Chewing on people. Huh?
It was the plane had. It was based on the true story too. Based on the true story, the people that did stay alive, they had to eat the people that died. And then today, like it was based on the true story. So after they had ate, it became because they ate the human. They went home and became cannibalists.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? I ain't never seen that.
Natural.
Yeah.
Nature.
You get what I'm saying? But that's how they stayed alive until they got rescued.
Wow. Chewing on the dead flesh of man.
They went home and started eating human.
Well, look, he talk about how at the fall of Jerusalem and that Josephus that our people was chewing on babies. Yeah, because the Romans started them out and they started finding pig, the smoke of pig flesh in Jerusalem. Cut off all the water, cut off all the food. Our people snapped. Went so crazy they didn't get up out of Jerusalem in time. They snapped and started eating their children. Eating their leather belts. Yeah, that's in that Josephus.
Was that the Israelite?
Yes. Yeah. What? Israel boy them went to some extreme measures. Go ahead, Al.
For it was not a long step to the consumption of flesh like their own, having first tasted it in other forms.
It wasn't a long step to be a cannibal after you've been chewing on animal flesh.
Ooh, that's You
first tasted flesh in the other forms. There ain't no big step. If you chewing on animal flesh, you that close to being a cannibal. That's what that's saying. Stay away from food offered to devils or idols. Read that next one too, the flood.
Gotcha.
Now you mean to tell me this is one of the main reasons the flood came? Chewing on dead flesh and blood.
That's a deep.
Well, me and Nehemiah was going on the other night. Y'all, this is salvational. This ain't nothing to play with. This ain't something like, we just see something different. No, it's salvational. It's salvational. You ain't supposed to be doing that.
This demon stay tied to your soul and you fast, anchor your ass right to torment.
You heard me?
My YHWH'S say the movie is called Alive.
Yeah, that's the name of it.
Alive.
Yeah, you got to check it out.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Check that out. Based on the true story.
Alive.
Yeah, they started eating.
Sunshine and Rain Gardening says also the Downer party did it too on their way to California. They got caught in a snowstorm.
Dang.
Good night.
Is that a real old movie?
He said
I forgot when it came out. Yeah, but
Oh, the late 90s.
But it's based on
Hey, look at Darius. Darius over here talking about Soil and Green. What would you know about Soil and Green, huh?
And they was in the snowstorm. They was on top of a mountain because the people were frozen. They died.
I'm about to go
buried
look that
them
up
in the
on
snow.
Amazon.
So they unburied them and started eating them while they were ice cold.
Good night. I ain't never seen that.
Yeah.
Eating fingertips.
Just to stay alive. But they was cutting them in and getting
Oh, dang.
Good night. But we just read that. Hey, but look, eating on human flesh is not a long step from chewing on animal flesh.
Yeah.
Straight up, it's not natural. And look, it really takes for somebody to see that before they can truly repent and be remorseful. Like, dang, I used to straight tear that stuff. I used to kill that stuff. Unremorseful. Somebody I'm living my life. You know what I mean? The flood. Look at this.
But by the shedding of much blood.
Oh, hold on, bro. My stuff went back. There you go. The flood. Go ahead.
But by the shedding of much blood, the pure air being defiled with impure vapor and sickening those who breathed it, rendered them liable to disease, so that thenceforth men died prematurely.
Yeah, you can smell that flesh. You wonder why, all these plagues are in this earth and all that. Look, y'all. Look how much blood is being shed. Look how much flesh is being smoked. Think about it. You did. It say this is what's bringing. It said it rendered them liable to diseases.
Dang, just the smell.
You know what I mean? You're poisoning the air.
Liable.
You're poisoning the air.
That's what it said on that one video.
Yeah. The pure air being defiled with impure vapor. I thought I smelled some flesh the other day, boy, about passed out. And sickening those who breathed it, rendered them liable to diseases. So that men were dying early, prematurely. You wonder why all these plagues and all these bugs and viruses in this earth. Look at what the people doing. Go ahead, Al.
But the earth being by these means greatly defiled, these first teemed with poison darting and deadly creatures. All things, therefore, going from bad to worse on account of those brutal demons.
There go them demons again. Attached to the flesh. See that?
Blue demons?
Brutal demons.
Oh, brutal.
Go ahead.
God wished to cast them away like an evil leaven, lest each generation from a wicked seed being like to that before it, and equally impious should empty the world to come of saved men.
He said he got to wash this on out of here. Got to. That flesh eating was one of the main things that flesh eating and that sacrificing was one of the main things that caused the flood. One of the main things that got us thrown into captivity time and time again. And we still doing it.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And for this purpose, having warned a certain righteous man with his 3 sons, together with their wives and their children, to save themselves in an ark, he sent a deluge of water, that all being destroyed, the purified world might be handed over to him who was saved in the ark in order to a second beginning of life.
All right, drop that. Let's go to page 133 of the Nazarene Acts. Let's go ahead and pray on out, brothers. Here it is.
Came to pass.
Page 133. Y'all see that? If y'all understand that chewing on flesh is not natural. All right, give us a 7 up in the chat. Y'all know we ain't trying to lose nobody.
Oh.
So many restaurants in this world today, man, they think it's natural.
We getting ourselves together out here, though, man.
Don't get me a bucket of chicken.
They're being psyops.
Our people turning back in droves now, though, y'all. A lot of our people are turning back. We get a lot of emails, a lot of messages. A lot of people hit up like, I see it. See what y'all saying? Right on for, standing in that fire and letting us know, regardless of what anybody said about y'all. You know what I mean? Got to bring it out, y'all. Got to bring it out.
With it.
And on the real, anybody mad because they've been in agreement with these forces, these demons for so long, they don't know. That's why in our prayers, we got to pray for them. Father, forgive them. They don't even know what they're doing. They don't see how serious this really is. Please don't lay it to their charge. Please don't.
Not what they do.
They don't. They think this is normal. We just read, y'all, it ain't normal. It's contrary to nature to chew on flesh. Our people running around here like it's normal. I'm talking about bow-legged in the shoulders.
Yeah.
I know they got all type of precepts and all that. Bro, look, you don't even know what you're dealing with.
Fight you over a piece of chicken.
Yeah.
You always fight that with a Popeye.
Yeah. That's how. So it can't be normal. It can't be normal. People were being murdered. Yeah, I know. People were being murdered over Popeye chicken sandwiches. Y'all, I knew that. I knew then something was up. This can't be normal. It can't be normal to eat that. It can't be.
That's crazy.
Why are people being murdered over this phase of Popeye chicken sandwiches? Or who got the best chicken sandwich? Popeyes or who else was it? Chick-fil-A.
It has to be the forces of evil.
Yeah, it gotta be. People were being murdered behind this. All right. And we come straight out like, man, look, y'all put all that down. We don't care nothing about what y'all gotta say. Whoever don't like it, so what? We're gonna punch in your mouth with this truth. And I hope you can swim because the truth coming out like a flood these last days. And we on Nazarene edition part 36, and would be more than that if we named everything we done did Nazarene edition. We done had watch parties and did all type of different things. It don't look like we slowing down no time soon. All praise to the Most High.
All praise to God.
Meanwhile, a lot of our people have been healed since they decided to say, you know what, I feel what y'all talking about. Healed from all type of sicknesses, diseases, through changing their diet, y'all, even through prayers. So look, hey, let them talk. We even pray for our enemies. Hey, Most High, please forgive them because they don't know no better. Based off what we're reading, they are being controlled by these unclean forces. And unless they repent and them forces get expelled out of them upon the dissolution of their body, that demon unites with their soul, and the punishment reserved for that demon, they get.
This was in the beginning.
Yeah. Temptation of Mashayah. And we're going to end it with this because this goes into how we ain't supposed to be dealing with nobody. Look, unless they got stamped valid from James, unless they teach them what James said, you understand? You ain't to receive them. And we went and showed how Paul was teaching something different. We in 133, page 133. Yeah, again, everything, we all held to the same measure of discipline. That's what it is, all right? And the reason the brothers were saying stop that because they understood that's the main way Satan get control over the people. All right, when Messiah sent the people out to heal, that came with a teaching before the healing went forth. Every time Peter healed somebody in what we read, before he laid hands on them and healed them, he made them fast. He told them this is how these diseases getting up in you. You tasting on dead flesh. You feasting with these devils. You feasting with, the wrong people and all that. You dig? And then he would teach them how to heal and then lay hands on them and heal them. What good is to heal somebody if they're going to go back and start doing the same things that caused it in the first place? Right. So when he said go forth and heal the sick and cast out devils, y'all, that came with a teaching first to teach you how to do all that. That way, when he leave here, you equipped with the knowledge to wage war yourself.
And if they was unable to go forward with that teaching and be steadfast to keep from eating flesh, then they wasn't gonna be healed or praised for.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they couldn't go through with what they was.
Yeah,
they had to.
but that's when the fasting came through.
Yeah.
Once the fasting came on, it was, the fasting disciplines you. It disciplines you to bring that body or them temptations, you feel me, that desire under discipline, to tame it. You understand? Temptation of Mashayat and false shlikim, which are apostles. Let's pray out. Go ahead.
This we would have assuredly that a demon has no power against a man.
A demon has no power against a man. Go ahead.
Unless one voluntarily submits himself to his desires.
Oh, we keep reading voluntarily. See, our people don't know that they are voluntarily bringing themselves into slavery. That's like you walking right up to one of your slave masters and saying, lock me back up, I'm ready to pick some cotton again. Right. That's how silly that is when you do all these things. All right, go ahead.
Whence even that one who is the prince of immortality.
Immorality. Right. Go ahead, which is Satan, the devil. Go ahead.
Approach him who, as we have said, is appointed of Yahweh King of Shalom.
So this is talking about when Satan approached Messiah. He's the Messiah is the one that's appointed by Yah, the King of Peace, King of Shalom. So Peter's talking about when the Messiah was tempted. You know about when he was tempted in the book of Matthew, chapter 4. The devil came to him after he was fasting 40 days and 40 nights, right? Right. This is Peter teaching the people of what happened on a deeper level when the Messiah was tempted. Okay, go ahead.
Tempting him and began to promise him all the kavod of the world.
Kavod means glory in Hebrew. Promise the Messiah all the glory of the world. Go ahead. Yeah, kavod. Go ahead.
Because he knew that when he had offered this to others for the sake of deceiving them, they had worshipped him.
So he came offering the glory of the world because he done did it before and people would worship the fallen one. He did. Go ahead.
Therefore, disobedient as he was and unmindful of himself, which indeed is the special peculiarity of immorality, he presumed that he should be worshipped by him by whom he knew that he was to be destroyed.
Satan had the nerve to try to tempt our master. And he already knew this is the man that's going to destroy me. He knew it. He said, but that's the special gift of being immoral. You understand? You think you got power when you really don't have it. You feel me? Go ahead, Al.
Therefore, our master, confirming the worship of one Yahweh, answered him, it is written, you will worship YHWH, your Elohim, and him only will you serve. And he, terrified by this answer.
Satan was terrified when the Messiah said, I only worship the Most High. Him only shall you serve. When he said that, Satan got scared, trembled. Go ahead.
And fearing lest the true obedience of the one and true YHWH should be restored, hasten straight way to send forth into this world false Navim.
False Navim. Navim is prophets. Because Messiah wouldn't bow to Satan, Satan hurried up and sent forth false prophets. Go ahead, and who else?
And false
Slikim, false apostles. Because Messiah wouldn't bow to him, he got angry and he hurried up and sent forth false prophets, false apostles into this world. Go ahead.
And false Morim.
False teachers. Moray is a teacher. Morim is plural. And false teachers. Because Mashiach wouldn't bow, and he scared Satan and said, nah, I only worship the Most High. Him only shall you serve. Satan made his business to send forth into this world. From that moment, false prophets, apostles, and teachers.
In different areas.
They're all over. All over. Whoever will do his will. Look at this. Go ahead.
A false Slichim. So observe the greatest.
Hold on. Who should speak?
Who should speak indeed in the name of Moshiach?
Who should speak in the name of Messiah? Look at that. Because Messiah wouldn't bow, Satan made it his business to send forth false prophets, apostles, and teachers who would have Messiah in their mouth. Who would say, yeah, I follow Mashiach. Follow me, I follow him.
Told them to put Mosiah in their mouth.
Yeah.
The lion say he follow them.
Yeah.
Sounds like something.
Now think about it. Think about it. And what our people do in these days, we focus on today. You start thinking T.D. Jakes and Creflo Dollar, which, yeah, them men are false. Absolutely. But
T.D. Jakes.
Yeah, but you about this. What about in that day? Who he talking about in that day? That's a hard conversation brothers don't want to have. Because we already been talking about today, it's a certain man that's out here teaching falsely or teaching opposite of what he was commanded, right?
This was in the what, 4th AD?
No, this is in the 1st century.
The 1st century.
The devil's purpose was to send forth false teachers, apostles, and prophets because Messiah wouldn't bow to him. And these false teachers, prophets, and apostles would have the name of Messiah, meaning they would be speaking the name of Mashiach.
The priest and the scribe.
A little deeper than that. Who we been talking about today? Who taught opposite of what? There you go. Didn't Paul say he was an apostle? Paul said he was an apostle. Self-appointed apostle.
He was the only one.
False prophets.
Whoever was following Paul.
Yeah, and you know, there's others out there throughout history, but how do we skip him?
Right.
See, people, that's what I'm saying, like, you ain't even holding him to his own words.
Right.
How do we get past him? And Messiah say, many gonna come in my name. Now again, because he didn't bow, Satan made it his business straightway to send forth into this world false prophets, false apostles, and false teachers who should speak indeed in the name of Messiah. What Paul say? Follow me, because I follow Messiah. But should accomplish the will of who? The demon. And where them demons hiding it? In their flesh. And what Paul say? Whatever soul in the shambles, eat it and don't ask no questions. You got liberty to eat that flesh that's offered to an idol. Just make sure don't nobody see you. Oh, we. Now, watch this. It go even deeper. False apostles. That's what Shalakim mean.
So,
Shalakim. Shlikim.
So observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher.
That you believe no teacher. Observe with the greatest caution that you believe no teacher. Go ahead.
Unless he brings from Yasharulam,
Jerusalem, unless he brings from Jerusalem. Go ahead.
The testimonial of Yaakov, Yahushua's brother.
Unless he brings from Jerusalem the testimony of James, Yahshua's brother. Unless he brings from Jerusalem the testimonial of James, Yahshua's brother. Unless he brings from Jerusalem the testimonial of James, Yahshua's brother. That's why I've been asking all night. Did Paul teach what James told him? And if he didn't bring from Jerusalem his testimony. Peter saying, look, don't believe no teacher unless he brings from Jerusalem the teaching that James is teaching. Because James is Yahshua's brother.
He left him in charge.
Yeah. Is it making sense?
Paul almost didn't sit down with James.
He came up there, but he decided when he went out, he decided to do his own thing. That's what people ain't saying. He went and checked in eventually, but when he got the order to teach what he was told to teach, he didn't do it.
But his first order probably was the devil.
I mean, regardless, he didn't. I'm just saying he didn't teach what he was commanded. He didn't teach what he was commanded to teach. And what we just read, Peter say, look, the devil said he was going to go ahead and send out false prophets, teachers, and apostle who would have Messiah in their mouth, but really would accomplish the will of a demon. Ain't that what we read?
Yes, indeed.
So then Peter say, look, if they don't teach, if they don't come, look, so observe the greatest caution, that you believe no teacher, unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimonial of James, Yaakov, Yeshua's brother. Did Paul bring the testimonial of James, Yeshua's brother? No. He didn't do it. So guess what Peter is saying? Don't receive him then. Dang. Bag drop. I know that's a whole pill to swallow.
Peter saying
Don't receive him. That you believe no teacher, unless he bring from Jerusalem the testimonial of Yaakov, Yeshua's brother. What else to say, bro?
Or of whosoever may come after him. For no one, unless he has gone up thither, and there has been approved as a fit and faithful teacher for preaching the word of Moshiach.
Yeah, see that?
Unless I say he brings a testimonial thence, is by any means to be received.
He's not to be received. Bro. Hey, I ain't write it. I ain't write it. And look, we spent the majority of the class in the Bible. Men still ain't gonna like it. I mean, you mad because we point out the obvious fact. He ain't teaching what he was told to teach. So then the brothers and them like, look, if he not stamped valid by James, he ain't to be received. Unless I say he brings a testimony of there, is by any means to be received. Do not receive him. Observe with greatest caution. Watch out. Go ahead.
But let neither Navi nor Sholiach,
neither a prophet nor apostle, go ahead,
be looked for by you at this time. Besides us,
he said, only look for us, the 12 that he appointed. Why wouldn't we, y'all? They had the fiery tongues on them. Why would we be looking for somebody else? Why wouldn't we think a false apostle or false apostles would rise up after and try to destroy the movement? The movement was hijacked. And then you got these last hours, this Nazarene spirit get resurrected or recycled back into this earth, and we receive it? Oh, yeah, I got to stand up and teach that. That's what it is. Because that's what the brothers was teaching. I'm all game for that. Whatever come, let it come. But that make all the sense in the world. You understand? Go ahead,
For there is one Navi,
one prophet of truth. Go ahead.
Whose words we 12 Shlechim preach.
We 12 apostles preach. Go ahead.
For he is the acceptor year of Yahweh, having us Shlechim as his 12 months.
He like the Messiah is the year, and us 12 disciples make up the months of the year. See, what you doing receiving somebody else? He ain't talking what we talk.
Right.
What you receiving them for then?
The same spirit.
Nah.
He gotta have a stamp on him.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, boy.
Seal, he ain't real.
He ain't got the seal, he ain't real. You know what I mean? He ain't valid, man. Go ahead,
But for what reason the world itself was made, or what diversities has occurred in it, and why our master, coming for his restoration, has chosen and sent us 12 Shlechim, will be explained more at length at another time. Meantime, he has commanded us to go forth to preach and to invite you to the supper of the heavenly King.
See, Peter was already out amongst the Gentiles, preaching and teaching.
Heavenly King.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which the Father has prepared for the marriage of his Son, and that we should give you wedding garments. That is the favor of Mikvah.
Mikvah is baptism. So it ain't no sacrificing for the remission of sins. It's water. It's baptism.
And it means what?
Mikvah is baptism.
Baptism.
Yeah, that represent a wedding garment you receive when you go down into the water and come on back up. You come up with your wedding garment for the feast, babe. Boy, you look clean there, boy. Go ahead,
Which whosoever obtains as a spotless robe, which with which he is entered to the supper of the king, ought to beware that it be not in any part of it stained with sin, or so he be rejected as unworthy and irreparable.
All right, that's it, y'all. That's it. All praise and glory now to the Most High. I think we could. Hey, what y'all think? Did we connect the dots today?
Yes, indeed.
We connected the dots today. That's what's up. All praise. That was about, man. As long as it makes sense.
All praise and great glory and great honor be to our King.
We all about connecting the dots. You know what I mean? That's what it's about, y'all. Connect them dots. You understand? And it's a reason, man. It's a reason why you were told to stay away from things offered to idols or meat offered to idols, pollution for idols. We'll kick it off tomorrow. Revelation, the 2nd chapter. Messiah say, look, you got amongst you those who teach that you can eat meat offered to idols. Huh? Yeah, handle that and repent, or I'm gonna come through and remove your candlestick. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the judgment on it. What Paul doing saying you got liberty to eat it, just make sure don't nobody see you eat. Because you could be a stumbling block to them. What do you mean? When you get off talking about whatever sold at the meat markets that you decide to buy, eat it and don't ask no questions for conscience sake. If an unbeliever bids you to a feast and you be disposed to go, whatever they put in front of you, eat it. That's that accomplishing that will of that demon. See what I'm saying? Paul knew exactly what he was supposed to teach. He just taught against it. Yes, he didn't feel he needed to be up under the instruction and the order of who the Messiah left in charge. Now, some people, well, what about his conversion? Like, look, I ain't the one to say a man had a vision or not. We just read where Satan was going to go forth and send forth false prophets, teachers, and apostles who would have Messiah in their mouth or would accomplish the will of a demon. But if you be real with yourself and you add up his conversion of what happened, about how he met Messiah on the road to Damascus, there's 4 accounts of that in the Bible. Yeah. Acts chapter 9, Acts chapter 22, Acts chapter 26, and Galatians 1. Read all 4 accounts. And be real with yourself. Make it harmonize if you can. If you can, make it harmonize.
Right. And he said he met the Messiah.
Yeah, after he was dead. He had a vision, so he said. A vision? Hold on. A vision. You was warned about that too. The dream of dreams. Beware of him to come to you, say he had a vision or a dream. And said, thus saith the Lord, well, I didn't speak it to him. All off a vision that don't harmonize. That's his whole claim to apostleship. A vision. No witnesses to vouch for the vision. You feel me? No. And none of the accounts line up. Right. Details is opposite in them deals. It's like, bro, what's going on? What's really going on? What else? Like, man, look, man. Man, it's all good. Look at my he said that would be like where I'm from, someone asking you who put you on if you're not known. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You understand? Yeah, the movement was hijacked, man. Yeah. And that's what ended up happening, bro. Like, 4 centuries, 300 years later, after all this was going out, Peter, Paul, Messiah, James, and all them, Christianity didn't start getting formed in like the 300s. 325 AD was the first council that was held. So you talking about 300 years later. But I'm saying that's when they start forming the New Testament as well. They start all the letters that was out there floating, because Paul had a lot of letters, Peter and them. Well, this was out there already. The Clementine homilies, the Nazarene, all that was already known. Right. You understand? The gospel of the Nazarenes, the gospel, all that was out. All that was out there. You did? But you got to ask yourself this. What council of men decided what would make it into your Bible and what wouldn't? There you go. There you go. The Romans.
Because the Romans had the area, right?
The Romans had the entire control. That's the 4th beast.
Yeah.
And they the ones decided what was authentic in your record and what wasn't. What was decided as, okay, we're going to accept that as valid, and the rest of it is heretical. You think it's a coincidence that Paul got the majority of the New Testament? A man that never met Messiah when he was alive. Never met him.
Yeah.
Never met him. Same man. Suspect background, boy. He straight saying in Romans 16 that he related to the Herodians. That's Herod in them. He had Roman citizenship. What Israelites had citizenship in Rome back then? None of them. Herod's family did, though. Herod's family had a full citizenship. They were the tax collectors for the Romans and all that. You understand? So he was a Roman citizen related to the Herods. You understand? And his teachings go against what the leadership had established. Totally against it. You see what I'm saying? So he broke off and started doing his own thing. And with that, by the time Christianity started forming 300 years later, you know who they gonna side with? Side with Paul. Yeah, because what he teach, what his teach goes with their agenda. Rome is gonna promote whoever goes with their agenda. Teachings of Paul go with their agenda. They can basically do what they want for the most part. I mean, it's a few restrictions, but for the most part, you ain't got to, and you definitely ain't got to observe no type of Torah for real. Not for real. You did. Just do basically what you want to do. Just believe. And it's like, nah, that ain't what it is. So it's an honor to be, Most High to recycle, you know what I mean, the ancient way back into this earth, and that we are recipients of it, the brothers and sisters. Like that, all praises, man.
Thank you.
All praises.
Thank you.
Like really consider that. You understand? Because obviously we can handle it.
Hallelujah.
With all the madness that tried to come against us.
It is right now.
Yeah. But obviously we can handle it. You know what I mean? Because all the stuff that tried to come against us, I mean, to me, it was like spitting on the elephant. It ain't do no damage, Roddy Rob, but you know, whatever. Men and women tried to come against us.
Yeah.
They did. I thought we was gonna run out of gas. I thought we lost the light, bro. We ain't even warmed up yet. It's so much, man. We got so much more. We'll be teaching to the Messiah. Make his grand entrance. It's so much to bring out. You understand? So we just slow roll it on down, man. All right. So I'll pray.
37 so far, right?
Yeah, this is 30. What is it? 36? Be 37 tomorrow.
Into the process.
Look at my Ak 2613. He say, Khan. Look what he said. He said, Khan. He said, just think, we have more letters of Paul than Peter and James, who was his own brother. Something ain't right. Paul ain't right. I'm like, yeah, exactly. YBY leg, my brother Yeshua in the building. Bless up the Herodian Catholic Church. You know, the young sniper. The young sniper be doing this thing. All praises. All right, y'all, let's pray on out. Pray on out. And get our shit. That's one playing no game. We're drinking all that tea, boy. Drinking all that tea. Like he said, don't accept nobody that don't come with the testimony that James gave, huh? Wow. That's serious business. That's serious business, boy.
Yes, indeed. Slight work too.
Yep. As long as it makes sense, Roddy Rob.
Yes, sir.
It's all it's about, brother. As long as it makes sense, you know what I mean?
Yes, indeed. Pray for those who it's hard to see.
Yeah, man. Most I have mercy on them, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Forgive them for they don't know what they're doing.
Look
at Big Homie. How you feeling, Big Homie? What's going on, brother? Y'all good, man? Eagle tied.
Man, beautiful lesson.
All praise, glory, and honor, man.
All praise.
It's an honor to be a part of it. All praise the glory and honor. Most High.
It's like, dang, man, y'all, you can't see this, y'all. Like, what type of studying y'all doing? You know what I'm saying?
Man, look, bro.
Dang, you can't see the Levitical scripts. Yeah, bro, that's all it is. Complete condition.
Christian church to Hebrew church.
Yeah, that's all it is.
It went from hello to shalom.
Yep.
Real talk, huh, brother?
Hebrew Christianity 101.
All praise. All right, y'all. We got to face Jerusalem. We're going to offer up prayers. We're going to bring before the throne of the Most High all the sick and all the plagues in Israel. We're going to bring before the throne of the Most High the house of our beloved brother Quadnaf. And we're going to bring before the throne of the Most High the house of our brother Joseph Evans. We pray that the Most High send forth speedy healing, a speedy judgment in our favor. We touch and agree to see a massive healing upon his flock. We touch and agree to see a complete healing, a healing that is complete, a healing that is understood. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And all praise, glory, and honor. Heavenly Father, we bow in worship and praise before you. We cover ourselves with the eternal spirit of the Master Yahushua HaMashiach as our protection. We surrender ourselves completely and unreservedly in every area of our life to you. We take a stand against all the workers of Satan that would hinder us in our prayer life. We address ourselves only. We address ourselves only to the true and living power and refuse any involvement of Satan in our prayers. Satan, we command you in the name, power, and authority of our Master Yahushua HaMashiach to leave our presence, with all your demons. We bring the spirit of our Master Yahushua between us. We resist all the endeavors of Satan and his wicked spirits to rob us of the will of the Heavenly Father. We choose to be transformed by the renewing of our minds. We pull down the strongholds of Satan. Satan, we come against all powers. Satan, we come against all powers, principalities, evil forces in this world, and spiritual wickedness in high places. We come against all demons, inside or outside of anyone present, over this city, over our states, over this Israelite nation and world, in hell or out of hell. The holy word says, behold, I give unto you power. I give unto you power to stomp out serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy. And nothing shall by any means hurt you. We intend to flex this power to set ourselves free. Satan, we come against you. We attack you. We bind you by the power and spirit of Yahushua HaMashiach, by the spoken word of the Heavenly Father, by the name and authority of Yahushua HaMashiach, and by the authority of us, the true believers, in the unity of our spirits. Satan, we tell you, we command you that we sit in heavenly places with our Master Messiah. We are over you. We have the authority over you. We have the jurisdiction over you. We have the command over you. Your fallen angels, your demons, and every force of evil. We command you. We order you to line up and rank and file in order and come out now.
Right now.
Come out now.
Right now.
Come out now.
Right now.
We bind up every power that you have and loose ourselves from you in the name, power, and authority of Yahushua Nazarene, Yahudim, Master Yahushua. We ask that you would send the gifts. We ask that you would send the gifts of your fiery Holy Spirit to minister as needed to serve and minister the needs of our brother Joseph Evans in his house, the needs of our brother Quadnaf in his house, the needs of all the sick of Israel, and to accomplish what you want done. We are careful to give you all the glory, honor, praise, and credit for everything that is said or done. We ask all these things. We ask all these things in the blessed name of Yahushua HaMashiach, Yahushua HaNazarene, Yahudim, our Master, our Savior, our King, our Healer, the destroyer of the devil and all his works. And we take authority over Satan according to the whole word of the Most High. For in the Messiah's name, Yahushua HaMashiach, Yahushua HaNazarene, Yahudim,
the mighty Messiah, that we pray and we declare war against the kingdom of darkness. Hallelujah!
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 Praise the
mighty Yahweh!
Yeah! We got motion, baby! We got motion, baby! We got motion, baby! You know what I mean? Like the strip up, baby.
Yes, sir.
Like the strip up.
Praise the mighty God,
Yahoo, Yahoo.
Hallelujah.
Praise the glory and honor to the Most High.
Hallelujah.
No, brother, all praise.
All praise.
All praises.
Hallelujah.
We like to strip up. All praises, glory and honor to the Most High. We touch and agree to see a massive and complete healing. You understand, of our beloved brothers, their households and their children and all the sick in Israel. Believe that, know that. You understand? Where look, we gonna touch and agree to see that. And y'all make sure we focus on the outcome we want. All right. Picture yourself already having that conversation with the like, yeah, well, we just got back from the doctor, everything all good. Yeah, hallelujah. We'd already had the conversation. Now, I ain't picture Quadnava going making a live video like, hey, bruh, they went back to the doctor, no tumor found on our son. We all good. Hallelujah. Already had a conversation. Focus on the healing. Focusing on the sickness ain't gonna do nothing. Focus on the healing. Focus on the outcome we want. If 2 or 3 of us touch and agree, we'll shake heaven and earth, let alone all of us that's on this chat. So in your spirit already have in your mind that we already had the conversation with Quadnaf and Joseph Evans about the complete healing of their children and their household. And when they become a reality, we gonna say hallelujah. Right. You know what I mean? Be surrounded with your answer of your prayer right now. Live as if the answer is now. Live in it now, because with the Most High, there's only now. He's outside of your 24-hour paradigm. It's only now with the Most High. So right now we touch and agree. Right now we choose to have faith the size of a mustard seed to move mountains. That means right now we can choose the outcome we want. So right now let's touch and agree, Zion, to see a complete healing. A healing that is complete, a healing that is understood on the rib and the child of our brother Joseph Evans, and on the son of our Quadnaf. Let's touch and agree to focus on that right now.
Right now.
It don't do it. Look, it ain't gonna do us no good. Focus on what may or may not. No. Right now, we call for a healing. Right now. Right now, we remove all doubt. We remove all fear. We remove all worry, and we live right now as if we already have our answer. Because guess what? You do. You already got your answer. And if we touch and agree and we all focus on the healing gotta come. Yep. The healing gotta come. The healing gotta come. You understand? And we look at too many testimonials. We done seen it happen too many times. The healing must come. Focus on it. Laser focus on it. Imagine yourself already having the conversation. Phone ring. Hey, I already went to the doctor. It's all good. Oh, praise. You understand? We already had the conversation. All right. And while you focus on the outcome or the desired outcome you want, with that draws to us a certain feeling. You understand? A certain feeling of joy, happiness, health. That feeling, hold on to it, because that feeling is what you need to manifest the desire that you want. Faith of a mustard seed moves mountains. Every last one of us got the right to choose the outcome we want in this life. You understand? Power of thought, the power of prayer, the power of faith. All right? So all praise and glory now to the Most High. All praise and glory now. Blessed to the house of Nehemiah. Blessed to all y'all houses. Any last words, brothers? What's good?
Keep on enduring, y'all. Keep on doing stuff from that flesh. Stay prayed up and
That's
slayed
right.
up.
That's right, brother.
Slayed up. That's all I have to say.
All praises, all praises.
All praise.
All good. YHWH'S, boy, there. You got something for us, brother?
Power of the great one will always move forward. And our thoughts and our process, and we already know that the truth is about for victory.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Yes, indeed.
His movement. All we got to do is think it, and so it is done.
That is done.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Think it,
Hallelujah.
look, see it, feel it.
Right.
I mean, you know that feeling you get like when you caught the
Right.
the chills or the goosebumps and all that.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the spirit of the Most High moving through you,
That's right.
confirming that He didn't hurt you.
Her on you.
Yeah, hold on to that. Hold on to that feeling. You know what I mean? Yeah, focus on the outcome you want. You dig? That's the power of thought. That's the power of manifestation. Everything from healing to whatever type of desire you want with your life. Just laser focus on that.
Right.
And you draw to and see it, and then you draw to yourself a certain feeling. That's what you hold on to.
That's right.
Hold on to that feeling. That's what you need to attract what you want. Faith of a mustard seed to move mountains, meaning you got the right to choose what outcome you want in this life.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
You understand?
Thank you.
Focus on it.
Thank
All right. Don't stop till Enoch. Don't stop till we see Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
All right. Yah willing, we see. Boy, been 4.5 hours already, boy. We'll be in Ruach, boy. We be moving. Yay.
We ain't tripping out no time.
You hear me? Because with the Most High, it's only now.
You heard?
It's only now. It's only now with the Most High. You dig? And look, live your life now.
That's right.
I mean, you don't get stuck in the past.
That's right.
We only learn from the past. Don't be worried about the future. We live right now. Even when you get to the future, it's gonna be now.
Still gonna be now.
So all the most I know is now with Him.
Yep.
You understand?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. All right, y'all. We about here. Love y'all indeed in truth.
Love you, did it true,
Yeah,
man.
man. We even praying for our enemies. You dig? And we pray that the Most High don't lay it to your charge.
That's right.
And that He forgive you because you don't know what you're doing. All right. Shout out to all the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. We love y'all too. Till next time. Yahoo.
Yahoo.